and things just don't seem to make a massive difference. But I've kind of got it to a point where it's probably as good as it's ever been. So, yeah, we are constantly trying to improve bits and bobs, but WWE are going to struggle to improve bits and bobs because obviously Money in the Bank, such an enjoyable show. I haven't seen any bad reviews for that show. I haven't seen anyone saying that it was a disaster or it was rubbish or WWE have let themselves down, or seems like absolutely everyone enjoyed it. Ranging from good to great, I would say. I'm probably leaning a little bit more to the great. I think that there were such big moments in that show. We talk a lot about not wanting to go into like the eights unless there is something significant, unless there is like some OMG moments. One of the biggest OMG moments of the year took place at that show, and that was Roman finally being pinned. A lot of people pointing out that it wasn't a singles match, but I mean, of course, it can't be in a singles match unless it's going to be a non-title match. And to be honest, I just don't know if Roman's going to be having non-title singles matches. Like when Roman competes, it's a big deal. It's either for the title or it's in some sort of big tag match, you know, be it against John Cena, Kevin Owens at the end of last year on SmackDown. That was Cena's only match of last year. Of course, they competed against Sami and Kevin, and that just fit into the storyline really well. Then, of course, taking on the Usos, that just fit into the storyline really well. So unless, like Roman having, I couldn't even tell you the last time he had a singles match and it wasn't for the title. So, yeah, look, that doesn't bother me in the slightest. I don't care that it wasn't a singles match. I think the next time Roman gets pinned now should be when he loses the belts. I think Jey was absolutely the right person to be the first person to pin him in like 3.5, 4 years. I personally obviously wouldn't have minded Sami winning the title or Cody winning the title, so it could have happened on those shows as well, but it didn't. And they've saved it and given it to Jey, which I think is really cool. And obviously, as I said now, I think the next time it should be when he loses those belts, which I think will be to Cody. I think we're going to get Jey, Roman, SummerSlam. That's kind of the direction I'm thinking we're going in. Obviously, we'll get your thoughts in a second. I'm thinking it's going to be Jey Roman. That was in my prediction video. And so I did put in that Roman could be pinned. I did put in that could then lead to Jey against Roman. I certainly didn't get all of my predictions right, but I feel like I got some of the big ones there or thereabouts. And yeah, you know, it was a great show. Crowd were fantastic. I think the right winners won. I'm really pleased with the Money in the Bank winners. I'm really pleased with what happened in the main event. I think the main event is fantastic. I think it's such a great match. I think it's one of WWE's matches of the year. I think it was a little slow at the start, but the crowds were involved. So you had, you know, lots of chants, stand up if you hate Roman, sit down if you hate Roman. You even had Roman talking to Paul Heyman saying, why are we here? Like, England is the dumbest place. And like, he was getting quite animated with Paul Heyman. That might not have come across if he was actually in the arena. But we saw him talk to Paul Heyman and say those words. And so, you know, for me, the slow build was fine because the crowd just filled that gap. And then by the time we got going, so good. And then the cherry on top, Roman being pinned. And this was after Cena had surprised us. This was after Logan hadn't won. And Io Sky had won. And what a great finish to that women's ladder match with Becky and Bayley being handcuffed together. I don't think any of the matches were rubbish or flat. I think every match delivered something. Even Ronda, Shayna, I mean, we got the turn in that match. There might not have been much to it, but Liv with the Union Jack, Union flag, Spice Girls inspired attire, looking great. Although I will say, and this is very nitpicky, but the Union flag is actually like a cross, and then it's got like another cross on top of it. If you actually look at Liv's flag, the one line that's meant to go here was actually her belt, which kept like slipping down. So from a technical point of view, it actually didn't work very well. But, you know, look, I'm willing to overlook that, right? I'm willing to overlook that, yeah? Some people saying that she disgraced the flag. Yeah, I mean, actually, no one's saying that. I'm just making that up. But look, I'm willing to overlook it, right? Willing to overlook it. But it was a lovely gesture all the same. And as well as that, the turn on Ronda, who had an M written on her forehead. We're trying to confirm if that's for moron. We're really not sure. Every match, we could sit here and go through the whole cards. I don't want to start early just so that we're talking about Money in the Bank. We obviously have to look forwards. The only thing I would say is that we haven't had the preview yet. So we are in Baltimore tonight. We have got Rhea against Natalya tonight for the title. That's not going to excite too many people. It's a match we've seen before. But I still think it's something to look forward to. A title match is still a title match. And obviously, we're going to have fallout of Money in the Bank. We're going to hear from Io. We're going to hear from Damian. You've got Io and Bailey and that situation. You've got Damian and Finn. We've got that situation. There is news that we're going to be getting a trial of Roman on SmackDown, which could be fun. I mean, I don't expect Roman to attend it. He might crash it, but I don't think it's going to be quite a trial because the suspect, I don't think, is going to be there to actually take part in proceedings. So I don't know. I don't know quite what to make of that. It's going to be fun. But it won't be like the trial of Sammy, for example. The trial of Sammy had Sammy sat there looking all, couldn't believe it was happening. You're not going to get that because Roman ain't going to just sit there and take this from the Usos. So I could see that being a segment that really is just the Usos, and then Roman maybe crashes it afterwards. But listen, the Bloodline story has been nothing but goated, and I'm sure this will be another goated segment. So something to look forward to there as well. Jackie Redmond is now on Raw as well. And I know some of you will be saying, who's Jackie Redmond? She actually does a lot of like kickoff show stuff, Raw talk stuff. She's been used a lot as like kind of in the head offices. Now she's going to be out on the road doing Raw. So Byron has got like a new partner in crime, if you will. She's cool. She's fine. There's not really a great deal to her, to be honest. She's just another... Charlie Caruso, another Renee Paquette, another, just one of those women backstage that just basically ask questions. There's not really a great deal more to it than that. I suppose we do get to see a little bit more of her personality on like Raw Talk and kickoff shows. So I suppose Kayla Braxton and Renee, I suppose that they're not bad comparisons, but yeah, just so you know, she is going to be around on Raw as well. Oh, and I know it's not hit yet, but happy 4th of July. I will try and remember saying it. I have got it written down here, but it is the 3rd of July right now here in the UK, but we are just 52 minutes away from the 4th of July. And actually, it's not a thing we celebrate or talk about or acknowledge or anything here in the UK. So it wasn't until I actually watched the like kickoff pre-show thing for Raw that I saw that comment be made that it's the 4th of July. Could we see fireworks tonight? So yeah, I thought I'd get that in whilst I remember. And there's every chance I will forget. So I'm going to say it now. Ryan Gambler, shout out to you, said, Days, do we see Brock and Drew tonight? I mean, look, I think we see Brock at some point. Obviously, we're building to SummerSlam. Whether it'll be tonight and we kickstart Cody Brock like 5 weeks out, I'm probably leaning more towards no, if I'm being honest. I'm probably leaning more towards no. I think we definitely see Drew. Drew's back now. So I think Drew will confront Gunther. We're going to need to do the build for Cody. But to be honest, the build for Cody is... what build do we really need? It's 1-1. The video package has already got plenty of content as to what they can put in it. So will we see Brock tonight? We could. Do I think we see Brock tonight? I'm going to lean towards no, just because I think we need stuff for every single week. This tonight's Raw is going to be very well viewed because that was a very well received Money in the Bank. So people are going to tune in for this. If I'm Triple H, I'm thinking People are going to tune into this anyway because this is a big deal. Maybe next week I announce Brock. I announce Brock next week, and that'll boost my ratings for next week. You know, you've always got to try and find a way of getting ratings every week. It's a constant fight. So, but Drew, I'm going to say yes, definitely. Wrestling God said, are you streaming UFC 290 on Saturday? That is the plan at the moment. Yes. I got asked this a lot over Wrestling Shop. You know, is it hard to choose wrestling or UFC? And the answer to that question is I will always look to choose the wrestling, certainly WWE. Like if it's a pay-per-view, of course, then I will prioritize that going forwards. In regards to UFC, like there's no WWE this weekend. There's no like AEW Wembley show or anything like that. So, and I don't think there's any big boxing. And UFC is something I love. It's something we cover on a regular basis. So, yeah, certainly right now the plan looks like it's UFC 290, unless I've missed something and something catches me off guard. So, yeah, that is the plan at the moment. Brony said they need to be going with Rhea's title reign. It's going a bit flat. Wrestle with Andy, shout out to you. Back from Money in the Bank, easily the greatest night in the history of our sport. We need Mania, says Wrestle with Andy. I hope you enjoyed it. Can't see how you didn't. It was a very, very well-received show. As I said, I didn't see any negative reactions about it. The crowds were fantastic. What I will say about the crowd, though, is I do think that the crowds might have slightly hurt the UK's chances of getting WrestleMania. The reason why I say that is because you've got Nick Khan, who was actually sat in the front row right by the entranceway. Nick Khan is thinking sponsorships, advertisers. He's thinking, how do I make money? And so some of those chants were not the right side of PG, shall we say. So I do think if I'm Nick Khan and I'm sat in that room and I'm hearing like some of the language, you know, the F word was being used fairly freely, right? Do I blame Wrestle with Andy for that? Absolutely. If you've seen his channel, he swears like a sailor on shore leave, right? So do I think Wrestle with Andy started those chants? 100%. And also what I said about him swearing is not true. And go and check out his channel. It's awesome. But yeah, I do just worry a little bit for the UK for that. I think the UK, I was thinking about this, you know, the UK is kind of like where the Attitude Era has still yet to die. If anyone's clinging on hope that the Attitude Era is going to come back, it's us over here in the UK, seemingly. You know, they're getting ready to shout for puppies. We're just one step away from yelling for puppies. Yeah, it's... I do just worry a little bit along those lines that we are a little bit potty-mouthed over here. But you can't deny the passion. You can't deny the passion. You can't deny how involved the crowds were. And, you know, if there was a WrestleMania over here, it would be fantastic. I mean, it would also be the most X-rated WrestleMania. I've no doubt about that, thanks to some of the chants. But it would be a fantastic event, a fantastic spectacle. But, yeah, I spoke about this during the stream. I am not falling for it in the sense of I've been to house shows where John Cena has been the main event, Raws as well, actually. And after he's finished wrestling, like if you've been to a house show, you'll know whoever's the babyface in the main event, they normally cut a little promo after the show. It's very rare. I mean, I've been to quite a few house shows. It's very rare that the last match ends, the bell rings, the wrestlers go, and that's it. That's done, right? Normally, they'll just thank the crowd for coming out. A bit like Kenny. You see Kenny Omega doing it in AEW. You know, he'll say a few words after. And I'm sure they do it on Raw as well after the dark matches and all that kind of stuff. It's just a pretty standard thing. Well, one of John Cena's go-to shticks, one of the things that I've heard him say on multiple occasions, having seen him wrestle a fair few times in the UK, is that you've been so good tonight. This crowd, you're always so passionate. I want you to make some noise right now. I want them to hear you in the back right now, because I think you guys deserve WrestleMania right here in London or right here in the UK. And the crowd are like, yeah, make some noise. You know what I mean? It's just a way of getting people to make sense. So to see him doing that shtick during Money in the Bank, like during the show, it felt a little house showy to me. It felt a little bit like, I don't know, but the fact they've broadcast it, actually, and not only just broadcast it, but put it on a pay-per-view for the world to see. I mean, I will admit that does give it a little bit more legitimacy. It does make it feel a little bit more like it could be a realistic prospect. But did you see the interview with Triple H after, who was very, thanks, John, for putting me in that situation. Listen, never say never. It's just difficult, right? And I mean, like, he might as well have just come out and gone, no. Triple H might as well have just walked out in the press conference and gone, here. You're joking, aren't you? I mean, I would love to know what those difficulties are. I would love to know what they are. I mean, historically, the time zones were always a problem, but can't be that much of a problem if we're doing Clash at the Castle and then willing to do Money in the Bank. Maybe they think the weather is a concern. You'd want to do an outside stadium, and so maybe the weather's concerned. Did Clash at the Castle. So, where's the problem there? I've got to think it's more to do with money. So normally, when you follow the trail as to, what's going on, it's normally the money that talks the loudest. So I'm wondering if they're thinking that sponsorships over here are just not going to generate the same money as whether they did them over there. Perhaps some of the sponsors don't want to have to fly over. I have no idea. I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on it. I know that Triple H, and I remember him saying this during one of the press conferences, he said everyone talks about SummerSlam 92 and how much of a big success it was. I got news for you. It bombed. It was not a success. Like, he has actually gone back and sort of laid the boot into SummerSlam 92. I think the time difference was a real problem. Maybe we can get around that now with the network and the fact that you've got that kind of catch-up ability. Back in the day, if you missed the pay-per-view, you had to wait for the replay of the pay-per-view, and no one wants to watch the replay of a pay-per-view, So you'd want to watch it at your own time as well, and that wasn't a feature back in the day. So, I don't know. It's a real tricky one. It's one that I can't sit here and quite put my finger on as to why it would be such an issue. Certainly not when we've done Clash and now we've done Money in the Bank, but it does feel like there are obstacles that would need to be overcome. So I suppose in the words of Triple H, never say never, but it ain't something I'm expecting. I'm not expecting them to announce WrestleMania 41 in London. That doesn't mean they won't come back, though, because Clash last year, Money in the Bank this year, I think they come back next year. I don't know what the show is. And as I said, we know that it won't be WrestleMania next year because WrestleMania 40 is done. It's in Philadelphia. So we know it won't be WrestleMania 40. But next year, I expect them to do another pay-per-view show. I think they're here now. I think they're back now. I think we get Raws and SmackDowns again, just like we have just had SmackDown. I think we will get those things now because I think AEW has really set the alarms off at Titan Towers. And I think that the last thing they want is to see a very dedicated, very passionate, very committed UK audience start to wobble a little bit or start to turn its heads towards AEW, and all of a sudden it just comes a little soft over here. So they're going to want to make sure that they've got a good presence in the UK. AWC Legend said, starting the stream early. Is this Raw starting early? No. Just starting early because obviously, the last stream we did was Money in the Bank. There's going to be a lot of people that were at that show that are normally on the stream here that are going to want to share their stories, share their thoughts, what I think what's really great about our community is it is global, it is international. We quite often get people saying they're going to Raws, SmackDowns in America or Canada or wherever it is. Well, I know because I met a good chunk of our community at Wrestling Shop Live. I know we had a healthy presence in that building, right? Of people that join us on a regular basis that were in that room. So I wanted to start early because I know that there's going to be people that are sharing thoughts about Money in the Bank. It's going to be talk about Money in the Bank. I mean, look, we're already 20 minutes in. I don't even feel like we've really touched on Raw at all. At some point, the preview will drop, which will give us a good idea as to what we can get tonight. So far, I've only seen Rhea and Natalya. I haven't seen anything else announced. So obviously when that drops, we'll get a much better idea. But now there's just so much to talk about. Plus also, when have you ever seen me lost for words? I'm pretty sure we could start 4 hours early and I'd be all right. So yeah, we'll not struggle tonight. But no, Raw on the same time as it normally is. Joe the Goat 45, shout out to you. Hope you are well, my friends. Appreciate the support. Eric said, I was having my hopes up that Bray or Randy was going to show up during the Cena part. Edward said, why is there a pre-show for Raw? I don't know. This is the pre-show for Raw. We're doing the pre-show right now. LA Dort Knight says, dude was going quicker than Bushwhackers. Bushwhackers, love the Bushwhackers. Shout out to the Bushwhackers. Nita Nitro said, I think we're in a strong place to get live Raws and SmackDowns and maybe one of the big four that isn't Mania. I agree with that. I think Mania, the thing, you can understand it because Mania is, I mean, such a massive, pivotal thing for WWE, like money maker, revenue maker. It's not just putting the event on and fans come in. It's the cities actually bidding for it as well. It's become like the Super Bowl. Like, I sort of feel like if the UK wants it, London's going to have to do some stuff for it, like London. It's not just a case of let's book Wembley. It's like, it's actually outgrown that now. It's bigger than that now. It's, I think, a little bit more like what you were seeing in Cardiff, like in regards to banners kind of being all around and like the Welsh council, local council, just bending over backwards. I'm thinking it's got to be good rates on hotels. It's got to be, there's got to be a bit of bending up. I don't know where I don't want to get into the whole tax world, right? But there's got to be some sort of financial agreements which comes with cities bidding for WrestleMania. So if you want WrestleMania, we'll come and sit down with us. We'll talk about what our terms are, what it is we want for you to get it, because it is proven that there is going to be X amount of millions generated for your city if WrestleMania is there. As a result, we want a few agreements, right? That, to me, would be the realistic, or one of the realistic obstacles would be that London would need to get involved, and the mayor of London and the councils and all of that would need to get involved to sweeten the pot, shall we say, right? There's a lot of handshakes, brown paper envelopes kind of things that are going on, And I think that this is why London potentially is not in the running, unless London actually goes to WWE and say, let's make this work, We'll see. I mean, look, they've just come out and mentioned it, and they've got everyone very excited. So we'll see where it goes. I just feel like this is a conversation we've been having for years and years and years and years. I remember them doing a survey, putting a survey out for people to fill in. I think it was on the website. And they were asking questions about WWE. One of the questions was, where would you like to see WrestleMania? All these cities, all these different states, and London was on there. And I remember people tagging me in this thing. This is years ago. And there being a real excitement that London was a viable option. And so, as I said, from Cena teasing it at house shows, from WWE putting London on a survey on their website, from Cena now mention it. Like it just seems to be one of those things that just keeps coming up, keeps coming around. But we are now coming up to WrestleMania 40, and it still has never happened. So it's one of those that I will believe once I see it get announced. So Nita Nitro, I agree. I think we are in a strong place for Raw, SmackDowns, and one of the big fours that isn't WrestleMania. Kian said, I hope you are well, having a good stream. Money in the Bank was insane. And thanks for following me back on Twitter. Oh, you're welcome, yeah. If you want me to follow you on Twitter, just drop me a message. I mean, to be honest, if I do see it, if I see someone's followed me, I'm pretty good at like hitting the follow back. You know, I just think it's a nice thing to do. But as you can imagine, people could be following me now, and I might not see it. I might not get to it. So very, very easily, you know, I could be asleep. I could be streaming. I could be doing work on a video. If when I go onto Twitter, I don't go back far enough, or for some reason it doesn't show, it can very easily get missed. So if I haven't followed you back, it's obviously nothing personal. Just drop me a message, and as long as I see that message, I will gladly follow anyone back. Daz said, All In is going to be on ITV4 live. Lovely. Trini said, everywhere that has hosted WrestleMania has bid for it, paid for it. London has refused that. Hence Clash at the Castle. Who did pay for it? Well, I heard that Wales were involved with Clash at the Castle. I don't know how involved. I don't know what those agreements were. I wasn't in the room, but it wouldn't surprise me if there were arrangements. Riot is Liv said, Days, I was watching the press conference. Someone asked Damien if Bad Bunny was to return and join Judgment Day, but Damien said, I can't answer that. No, that's he answered it. It was very, very clear. He was actually quite angry at the question, but his actual response was, you've got a better chance of joining the Judgment Day than Bad Bunny, and that's 0. And he was a bit off with the person that asked the question, but I've got to be honest, a lot of the people that ask questions, I know they're wrestling journalists, right? They're idiots. They're idiots. That was a dumb question to ask. It was a really stupid question, right? And I'll tell you why it was a stupid question. First of all, is Bad Bunny gonna join like wrestling? But first, why would you ask about Bad Bunny right now, right? We've just had Money in the Bank. So why are we talking about Bad Bunny? He wasn't on the show. There's no rumors, as far as I know, that he's coming in. So why are we talking about that, right? So first of all, that's wound up Damian Priest. The other thing that's wound up Damian Priest is I can't imagine he was thrilled at putting Bad Bunny over. I don't think he regards that as something that he's super happy about, right? And he seemed miffed during the press conference that he's just won Money in the Bank, right? He's just won the briefcase. He could go on to be world champion. And one of the first questions that gets asked is, well done on winning Money in the Bank. Bad Bunny, is there any chance he could join Judgment Day? I mean, if I'm Damian Priest, I'm fuming, man. You've got an opportunity to talk to me, and you want to talk about Bad Bunny, like, who's not even here and he's not part of the conversation. Like, some of these, I don't know, some of these journalists, they either don't think or they don't care, or I really don't know. I don't know what was going through that guy's head. I thought it was a stupid question. I really did. And you unfortunately get a few stupid questions at these shows. You don't get, like, there was a few good questions in there, right? I will give them credit. There was a few good questions, but there was a few questions that were similar to that Bad Bunny situation, which I thought was really cringe. Really, really cringe. And you know what? It's not just WWE. This happens in UFC as well. It seems to be that what happens is that fans get into being journalists, and then they just sort of get a bit giddy when they get to speak to the wrestlers, and they don't really look at it from a journalistic point of view, you know? In regards to some of the questions I liked, there was a question about NXT Europe, which I thought was very good because that had gone quiet. So there was a question about that. And Triple H said that basically it has been pushed back as a result. And so I thought that was pretty good. There was a bit of information in there about how well, I don't even think this was a question though, but there was a question in there, or there was a statement in there about how well SmackDown and Money in the Bank had done. So apparently Money in the Bank is the highest grossing arena show WWE has ever done, right? Which, I mean, that needs shouting about. That is just unfathomable, to be honest. I can't even get my head around that fact. That if you think of all the WrestleManias that have been in arenas, and I know that tickets get more expensive as the years go by, right? I'm aware of that. Adjusted for inflation, who knows what would be true. But the fact that if you think of all the Madison Square Garden shows, or just every arena show, WrestleManias, Rumbles, SummerSlams, like every arena show that WWE has ever done, the highest grossing, the most money that they have ever made was Money in the Bank, which is just, if you got nothing else from the press conference, that's absolutely worth taking away. That's amazing. And apparently the SmackDown was the highest grossing SmackDown as well. No SmackDown has made more money than the one that happened on Friday from the O2. So I think the press conference is good. I think they should vet the questions. I could understand it being annoying for some of the wrestlers, some of those questions. I think that you do learn some stuff from it, though. It's a little bit like the UFC ones with Dana. He tends to come out and provide some interesting updates. He does also say, I can't make matches straight after an event, right? We'll do that on Tuesday. We'll sit down, we'll go through the show, we'll start doing stuff. So he does have to repeat that quite often. But press conference were nothing too essential in there. Certainly no CM Punk elite brawl type situations, but as I said, definitely a few things that you could take away from it. One would think they would prepare the questions before, so when you're called upon, you're not struggling like you're supposed to beat media, says Trini. Well, I mean, to be honest, I'll tell you what I think happened with that situation. So the guy in question, the guy that asked that question about Bad Bunny, he later asked another question of Liv and Raquel, and guess what his question was in that bit, right? It was a little better, but it was still along the same lines. He said to them, would you be prepared to fight Cardi B and Ice Spice, or Cardi B and Nicki Minaj, or I don't know. It was two female rappers, right? And there's been a bit of online banter, right? And I think he actually revealed his motives. I think he, in that moment, said something that made me go, that's why you asked about Bad Bunny. That's why you asked about Bad Bunny, right? Because what he said was, I have asked you this question before. I think he said in Puerto Rico, and it did very well. It got a lot of interest because, this is, people are interested in, could you go on to face, these celebrities? So I thought, now that you're champions again, it would be worth asking again, would you be interested in defending? Now, because that was a question that was more about them defending their championships, right? It involved them a bit more. And so as a result, Liv and Raquel, they were like, yeah, bring it. We'll take on anyone. We were just talking about this. So they were chatting away, right? Yeah, bring it. We'll face anyone, anytime, anywhere. But the question about Bad Bunny joining Judgment Day, I mean, what did that have to do with Damian Priest winning Money in the Bank, right? It had nothing to do with it. Hence why I think Damian was really short. And actually, the dude that even asked the question, when he asked Liv and Raquel, he went, I hope I don't get shouted at again. It's like, well, don't ask a stupid question again then. It's just quite easy, isn't it? Don't ask a stupid question, you won't get shouted at. That was actually one of my favorite parts of the whole press conference, was seeing this guy get shot down. Dylan said, Days, everyone, hello, hope you're well. Dylan. Snaketooth said, who do you think will beat Roman for the titles? I think it'll be Cody. Writers Live said, why did he bring up rappers I doubt would end up in WWE? A 32% chance of them appearing. Well, I mean, yeah, I think he gave his game away with that comment of saying, I have asked you this before, and it blew up. Like, the interest was crazy. So what he's looking for is he wants to walk into that room, and he basically wants to find a story or something where he can talk about the wrestlers and the wrestling, because that's what he's there to do. But he wants to find a way of adding in the celebrity angle, because that'll give him more clicks, it'll give him more views, it'll bring in... So not only is he getting the wrestling crowds, but he's getting the Bad Bunny fans. Not only is he getting the wrestling crowds, but he's getting the Cardi B fans, right? So this is my problem with it. It's not... these aren't questions that are designed to be insightful or to be interesting. These aren't questions that are designed to make our lives better, or like, you know, to probe and find out something interesting. These are questions that are designed to give him the most clicks possible. That's it. And you can make the argument, well, is that not what, you know, journalism is? Well, I'd be like, well, not good journalism. If you're a good journalist, then you're trying to find real stories. You're trying to report real stories. You're trying to ask insightful questions. And I'm just finding and seeing a bit of a pattern now where some of these journalists that are getting into the room to do press conferences are maybe not of the highest quality, let's put it that way. So, yeah, that was just something I observed from the press conference. And but I like the press conferences. I do think you can get some information out of them. Maybe nothing seismic, as we said, but, you know, you tend to get something. Right. Tom, shout out to you, my friend. I appreciate the support. Shout out to you. Days, the rumor is Roman Jey at SummerSlam. I'm just saying they are out of the blue, pulled the trigger on Jey, ending Roman's title. Would you be disappointed with that? Would I be disappointed with that? I wouldn't be disappointed, but I wouldn't be in love with it either. I think I'd be fairly neutral on it. I mean, I would pop because the Roman title reign would have ended, but Jey's not the person for me. The reason why I say that is because I think whoever ends Roman's title reign is going to get a big boost, is going to get a big push, is going to be a bigger star as a result. And I don't see Jey's future being a singles competitor because Jimmy's not going anywhere. Jimmy doesn't want to go anywhere. I don't see those two looking to go off and have solo careers. So they're going to be the Usos. They're going to stay the Usos. Jey could certainly go off and do a few matches here and there, but I don't know. Would you want one half of a tag team ending the Undertaker's streak? Like, that's, you know, there's so many singles wrestlers that would massively benefit by being the ones to end this run by Roman. And I understand that Jey's family, and I understand that, you know, people will say, no, it's, you know, it's all part of the story and all of this. This story does not have to go in that direction. Like, Jey being the one to end this run by Roman, like, there is nothing that says this has to go that way. Absolutely nothing. Like, had Cody have won at WrestleMania and, you know, completed his story, ended his story, like, that would have been perfectly acceptable. That would have been brilliant. Like, people wouldn't have had a problem with that, saying, oh, that's not how this story should have ended. So Jey beating Roman is one ending. It is an ending to the Roman title reign. Fine. Yeah. I wouldn't hate it. Right. I like Jey. I like the Usos. They're family. They've, you know, this is, if it is going to be Jey that ends it, cool. But there will be a part of me that just thinks, well, you're not going to get as much out of this now because Jey ain't going to be a solo star. And the Usos are massive, right? You know, I mean, I don't know. What do we get from it? What does Jey get from it? Like, he was the one, brilliant. Well, the Usos are over anyway. I mean, the Usos just main evented WrestleMania. So I sort of feel like someone like Cody, who's never been a world champion in WWE, or Sammy, who's never been a world champion in WWE, or Kevin Owens. Think about Kevin Owens. You want to talk about someone that deserves to end Roman's run? Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens has faced Roman, like, I think, well, multiple times, but the two that come to mind would be the two Rumble matches where obviously there was the last man standing. He ended up getting cheated and handcuffed. And then the second time he got battered and played a very secondary role as Sammy turned on Roman, right? Kevin has been a constant thorn in Roman's side. And he is someone that has really, been there to help put Sammy over as well. He got low blowed by Sammy at Survivor Series. He was obviously involved in that tag match as well with Cena, which obviously led towards the downfall of Sammy. He was in the ring, and it was whether Sammy was going to hit him with the chair or not, as to whether, what was going to happen with Sammy and the Bloodline. Like, KO has played a pivotal role throughout Roman's title reign as well. So has Sammy. So either of those guys could do it if you really want to tie it into the history of the Bloodline. Some people might even look at Solo and say Solo could turn on Roman, and then we could build towards Solo. I would actually prefer Solo to be the one to do it, if I'm being honest, because Solo is a singles competitor. So for me, Jey doing it, I just don't see Jey being a singles competitor. I don't see how we're going to really maximize the fact that he was the one that ended this title reign. Whereas Solo, he's a singles competitor. He will always be the one that beat Roman. He's young. Don't forget the Usos have already had a 13-year career, right? Whereas Solo's is only just starting, hasn't even done 12 months, or might have just done 12 months on the main roster. So if there was anyone within that family that should do it, I think it would be Solo. And then, honestly, I'd be looking at Sammy. I'd be looking at Kevin. I'd be looking at Cody in particular to finish the story. It's Cody's the one that I'm thinking it will go to. But if it was Jey, if it turns out to be Jey, it's not the worst option in the world. It's not like Kira Tozawa just comes out of nowhere and beats Roman. So it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But I can think of a handful of people I would take over Jey being the one. But yeah, I agree. It's certainly feeling like we're heading towards Roman and Jey at SummerSlam. Do you think Drew Gunter might happen at SummerSlam? Almost certainly. Almost certainly. I mean, now he's come back and he's confronted and it's been done on such a big stage. It would be very hard to see it not going that way now, to be honest. So, yeah, almost certainly I think we're getting Gunter against Drew. I think we're getting Shayna against Ronda. I think we're getting Jey against Roman. There's a few matches that are sort of coming together now. There's a few things that we can sort of see, because in all fairness, we're only 5 weeks out from SummerSlam. It's not that far away. We're getting closer and closer all the time. So I think Brock will come back. Brock against Cody. In fact, we could probably do a video where we do like predictions. I might try and chuck out a short or something this week where we do just super early predictions as to what the match card's going to look like, because following Night of Champions certainly feels like there's a few things which are starting to kind of show themselves. And I'm sure Logan will be on that card as well. Who he'll face, I'm not too sure. Maybe he faces Damian Priest for the briefcase. We might see Damian and Finn going at it as well, because obviously there's some dissension there. Don't know that we'll see Io and Bayley. I feel like that one... Looking at them at the press conference, they seem to be fairly good. I don't think that there was... they didn't seem to be off with each other. Io actually said, we've both won this. Damage Control have won this. So Io's sort of trying to put a bandage over any bad feelings. So, yeah, I'm not sure about Io Bayley, but it didn't look good between Finn and Damian, did it? So, and obviously Rhea's going to have a big match, and Asuka's going to have a big match. Need to find out who their opponents are going to be. Theory might be in action, but they do tend to save something for the go home and something for the Raw after. Like, for example, we had Sammy and Kevin defend the tag titles against Pretty Deadly, and we had Asuka defend the women's title over on SmackDown. Tonight, we've got the women's world title being defended by Rhea. So they do tend to save some title matches either side of the pay-per-view. So we might see some of those types of matches not actually make SummerSlam, but instead be used on those shows either side. So, but yeah, there's a few that have definitely shown themselves. Off Tom said, "Did you hear about Toys R Us is coming to the UK?" I didn't, to be honest. I've heard that it's come back in America, and I know and heard there was rumors of it expanding. But if it's been announced that it is coming back, then I haven't heard that. That's exciting. I was talking about Wrestling Shop Live, and I'll happily talk about Wrestling Shop Live. I'll talk about Money in the Bank. I'll talk about Raw. I'll talk about whatever. But yeah, Wrestling Shop Live. So many people saying that they don't, because in all fairness, in all truth, a lot of people that came along, you know, there was a good core of the community. But I also felt like I spoke to a good chunk of people that actually don't join us for the watch-alongs. There was a lot of people that were talking to me about the toy hunts, that really enjoy the toy hunts. And I think the thing with the toy hunts is, even though some of them are quite old now, it doesn't really matter, because you can always go back and see what the toy shops were like 3-4 years ago. And I think if the video's fun, I mean, chances are it's always going to stay fun as well. So I think those toy hunts are kind of good, because you can sort of always watch them, enjoy them, get something from them. And I just got the sense that there was, you know, I had people coming up saying, "You was my childhood," and stuff like that. I was like, geez. I mean, I'm pretty sure there was other parts of their childhood. But yeah, then they would talk to me about the toy hunts and figure videos and whatever. So message received that toy hunts need to be more regular. My only concern has been that I think a lot of those figure fans have kind of moved on from the channel, because we do watch-alongs all the time. But I suppose I just need to not really think about that. Just, you know, make some fun toy hunt videos. If people watch them, they watch them. If they don't, they don't, you know. So I suppose I've come away with that mentality a little bit more. Of in the past, I would have thought, shall I do a toy hunt today? And sometimes I would have thought, no, I've got to get this short done, or I need to do this research, or do you know what I mean? Like, something else always seemed to be the priority. Whereas I think I got the message loud and clear that, nah, do some more toy hunts, and because there's definitely people that still enjoy them and want to see them. So yeah, we'll look at that. If Toys R Us are coming back, that'll be a big help for me. That'll be a big help, because it just means more places to go. The wrestling guy, shout out to you, said, "Days, did you hear Triple H saying that someone rolled their ankle on the way to the back after doing practically nothing?" Who do you think that was? I genuinely don't know. I mean, I don't know. The part of that I thought was interesting was the bit where he said after they did practically nothing. So a bit of shade being thrown at someone, seemingly, unless it was like a ref, or, you know, something along those lines, or maybe like a manager. You know, I'm trying to think, like, could it have been Paul Heyman? Could it have been like one of the referees? Could it have been, I don't know. If it was a wrestler, then I really don't know. I mean, if it was someone that was, if it was, it won't, I don't think it'd be Rhea or anyone like that, because even though she was out there, she's wrestling tonight. If they've rolled their ankle, I mean, I suppose depends how badly the injury was. But I don't know. I haven't heard any rumors as to who it was. I'll tell you who my thoughts were. My thoughts were someone in the ladder match. Someone in the ladder match that we didn't see a great deal of. I don't know. Who went missing in the ladder matches? Who did we not see loads of in the ladder matches? Did we see much of Santos Escobar? I feel like we saw a fair bit of Logan, Damian. Did we see much of Shinsuke? Don't know. If it was Shinsuke, would Triple H make that kind of a comment? I don't know that he would, to be honest. I don't know. I felt like it would be. There's nowhere really to hide when it comes to a singles match. So I don't think, and I don't think it was anyone in the tag match. So it's got to have been someone that was in the ladder match if it was a wrestler. But that's what made me think, was it a manager? Was it a ref? Could it have been a ref? But yeah, it hasn't come out as to who it was. Needs to make more figure videos. They brought the channel to the dance, said Jim. Yeah, well, it is true. I mean, what I would say is that things just naturally evolve, don't they? Things naturally change and evolve. And it was definitely the toy hunts that got the channel started. But some of our biggest streams have been, you know, some of our biggest videos. We did almost 1 million just earlier this year on like Tank against Ryan Garcia. We did over 1 million for Conor against Khabib at UFC. And then there's been loads of videos, streams that have done, you know, in the hundreds of thousands kind of range as well. So the streams have obvious, and they're consistent as well. I mean, the great thing about the thing with a toy hunt is you can do one, but you can't do one a few times a week, because like Smith's is really the only place to go. There's a few other little shops, but the range in those other shops are just kind of older figures, not very exciting. You can go in, they'll have 4 or 5. Like, you know, it's only Smith's that's like, bang. It's only Smith's that you go, whoa. And once you've done a video, I mean, you might have to wait like 3 weeks, 4 weeks until the range has kind of, you know, some new figures have come in and things have evolved a little bit, moved forward a little bit. Thing with the watch-alongs is obviously we can be here tonight, we can be here tomorrow, we can be here for AEW and SmackDown and the pay-per-views and UFC, and it's just so much more reliable, consistent. The channel has obviously just naturally moved in this way, but Jim's absolutely right. The toy hunts are what brought people to the channel, and I do need to get, I do need to increase them. We have still continued to do them. I mean, we've done a few a year, but I can tell you that I am looking. It's not booked yet, but I am looking at going to Florida next April. So get WrestleMania out the way, and then back half of next April, I am looking, not booked, but I'm feeling pretty good about it, of going to Florida. The reason why I would do that, and I must admit, Wrestling Shop Live is the reason why I've gone, okay, I need to get that sorted. The reason why I've done that is because I can just hit Walmart, Target, Walgreens, just loads of places, different places. And I can just hit them and just like get so many toy hunts done. To the point where I remember doing that last time I went in 2018, and there was like about 4 or 5 toy hunts that came out of it, all within like a 2-week period. It was probably a little excessive, if I'm being honest, but it was great. And those toy hunts are great as well. And so I could go to Hogan's Beach Shop again, just see what that's like. Obviously, just being in America and looking at like, you know, the chocolate bars, looking at like, you know, what, just being in a Walmart, being in a Target, being in a Walgreens, whatever it might be, is obviously interesting to me, and I can find interesting things to talk about whilst I'm in there. So yeah, and maybe go to NXT if that's possible. I mean, I'm sure it is. But I would love to be, you know, maybe we don't stream an NXT because I might actually be in the room one day. That would be pretty cool if I could get to an NXT. Even if I don't get to an NXT, I will 100% go to an NXT taping. 100%. I did it last time in 2018. I went to the Tampa one. It's one of my absolute favorite things to do. I love it. I absolutely love it. I've said before, if you do go to Florida or something, then get to an NXT TV taping. So, yeah, I've been to Florida many times. I went in 97 with my family. We went back in 2007, kind of a bit of a 10-year anniversary type thing. I went with them in 2018, which was great because it gave them a holiday as well, and meant I didn't have to worry about doing like loads of driving or anything. And And so, and then I went in like, the 2000s with mates from work as well. I must have been about 6 times to Florida. I mean, really, I should go other places around the world. Like Florida it's been done. I've done Florida. I kind of know it as well as I do Birmingham by this stage. So I feel like I've done Florida, but it's so great for like having so many Walmarts, so many Targets. There's so many places to go. And of course, you've got the parks, which I'm not too bothered about, if I'm being honest. I've done the parks. So that's not really something that I'm necessarily going for. But it's one of them, innit? It's like, waking up and maybe you've done a toy hunt, you've edited it, and today's like a relaxing day, maybe. And you could go, should we pop to Disney? That's pretty fun. It's a pretty cool thing to go, should we do Disney today? Should we do Epcot? Should we go Universal? Do you want to go Universal? Should we go Universal? So, it's not booked, but again, it's massively on my radar. What's going on with AJ Styles? How far away from a title shot is he? I don't think he's ever a million miles away, to be honest. I mean, I could see him winning Seth's belt at some point. I don't know that he'll win Roman's, but I suppose he could. Once Roman's lost it, that belt will move around a bit more, you would imagine. I can't see the next person having it for 3 years. But, I don't think he's a million miles away. I don't think he's a million miles away. He was in the final for that belt. I could see it being a case that I don't know that he'll be the one that beats Seth, but whoever beats Seth, AJ may be the next person to beat them. I would be shocked if AJ never got another world title run. Just because he's been without one for so long. That I sort of feel like they might just want to give him one more. And I could see it being Seth's belt. So I don't think he's a million miles away. But Wrestling Days, you can crash with me and Jack when you come to Florida. Thank you, my friend. But to be honest, I think there's a lot of like flight house type combos. I've stayed in hotels. When I used to go with my friends, stayed in hotels. And actually, when I went with my parents back in 97, and no, not 2007, but in 97, and in the 3 or 4 times I went in the 2000s, they were always hotels. And then in 2007, when I went with my parents for the second time, we took my nan as well. She was really getting on then. And sadly, she had like dementia that was like setting in. And, but it hadn't quite took effect by that point. So really that was the last holiday that she had. And so that was nice. Not that she, could really remember, like really even the day before. But it was still nice. We'd still managed to go, I mean, if you know anyone that's got dementia, like you get to the point where they can't even leave. They can't, they wouldn't be able to go. So yeah, we were able to go with her. But what we did that time is we had a house. We had like, a bit like an Airbnb thing. It had like 3 bedrooms, your own kitchen, your own pool. And it was amazing. It was amazing. It was so good. It was so good. It was so much better. Just, you come back, you've got a TV, a living room, a kitchen, a microwave, an oven, a sink, a pool outside, like your own space. Like they're I suppose in a way they're holiday homes, but that's just not what we've ever done. We've always gone into hotels. So we did that in 2007, and then when we went back in 2018, we did it again. Oh my, that was so good. We are 100%. I'd do that again. 100%. It's just so nice having that space, just having that room, and plus also I'm streaming. I need to. One of the things, we're not going to talk about this forever, don't worry. But one of the things that I'm going to need to sort between now and April is when I get to Florida, there will be Wi-Fi wherever I stay. I will ensure it. Chances are it's not going to be very strong. So what I need to work out is, can I buy a box, like a pay-as-you-go Wi-Fi type router that's got great Wi-Fi that you pay, I don't know, $50, $100, right? And it's got 50 gig on there or whatever it might be. And I can just use that to stream. Because worst case scenario, I'll have Wi-Fi, but I'm guessing it's going to be rubbish. Ideally, I would like a box or something that you can buy. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to sign up to, AT&T and have a subscription, a membership, a contract. But is there like a one-off box that you can buy or something along those lines that then means I can, because I still want to do Raw, still want to do NXT, I'm still going to want to do those shows. It's not that I'm going away for 2 weeks and we ain't streaming. When I went in 2018, we still streamed. It was just that the Wi-Fi wasn't great and the streams were a bit wobbly. So I need to find, I've got a long time to work it out, basically. So I've got months and months and months, near enough like a year, about 10 months or whatever. But yeah, I'm definitely looking at that. Days, what did Logan do to be hated so much? And do you like he only shows up at pay-per-views? I don't like that, no. What did he do to be hated so much? I think Logan, even before he came in, was a polarizing figure. I think that he's not someone that really you associate with doing things for charity, for example, or he really is still thought of as being like the kid in that suicide forest. For many people, that's kind of what they know him for. And now, he's out there making money and whatever. He's not someone really that has done much to be liked by people. He hasn't really done much that makes you go, yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. I'm sure if you watch his podcast and you are a fan of his, then you probably have seen more of him and feel like he is a good person. But I think the average person doesn't do that, doesn't know loads about him, and still remember that kind of suicide forest stuff, right? Which was massive and was such a scandal. And then, obviously, he's come in. So he's come into WWE, and I think that he is also winding people up because you've just touched on it. Do I like the fact he only does pay-per-views? No, I hate it. I hate it, right? Logan is someone that is very skilled. I heard this repeatedly during Wrestling Shop, right? People have got a respect for Logan, for his athleticism, for his risk-taking, for his willingness to learn, okay? The problem with Logan is he's got so much on his plate, right, with Prime. I mean, I saw an advert where he's doing something, Prime are now sponsoring Barcelona. So they're, doing stuff over there. He's obviously got his podcast as well. He is constantly talking and looking at, getting back into boxing. He's got his fingers. Wasn't he training with Israel Adesanya, doing some sort of MMA? I've heard he wants to get into MMA. So he's got his fingers in so many pies. He can't give all his time or the amount of time I think he should to professional wrestling. And to be honest, no one wants to see you not be committed. You can't say, oh, he gives everything. He doesn't give everything. He gives nowhere near everything. He gives very little, actually, when you think about what these wrestlers do. I mean, think about it. A lot of these wrestlers tonight were in London on Saturday. Some of them then, like Cody, was in Cardiff on Sunday, and now they're in Baltimore on Monday, right? So, there's Cody having a match with Dominic, and he'd been in Newcastle, I think, on the Friday. So they did a Newcastle show that Cody was at, because he was talking about being in Newcastle for his birthday. Then he did Money in the Bank. Then they did a house show in Cardiff. Now I'm guessing Cody's going to be on Raw tonight in Baltimore. That's commitment. That's commitment. That's what wrestling fans respect, is people that are putting in that kind of work. I want to see people getting spots on pay-per-view cards that are people I'm watching every week. I don't want to see Sammy missing out on getting on a pay-per-view because Logan's got to be put on. For example, I don't think Finn Balor was at SummerSlam last year, but Logan Paul was. Logan Paul made it, right? And we all know the reason why he's there, right? The reason why he's there is because he's got a massive social media following, and he is there to boost social media. That's it. He's there to have viral moments, trend, and all that. That's just, it's dirty, isn't it? It's just dirty. It's just that he's not there for the right reason. He's not there because he's put the work in and he's one of the best wrestlers. You know, he is someone who just turns up for the odd show in a year. Just will turn up for the big shows just to give it a boost from a social media point of view. He knows why he's there. He knows what he's doing. And WWE know why he's there and what they're doing as well. But so do the fans. The fans are also aware of why he's really there and what he's doing. So I think all of that just goes into a melting pot. And I think that's why he gets the negativity that he gets. If he wants to be cheered, he needs to be doing a bit more for charity and whatever, right? Certainly off the back, because the other thing we haven't mentioned is, wasn't there a whole scam about some sort of crypto thing, which also seemed to really dent his reputation? I saw a video that got recommended for me by CoffeeZilla. Don't know, might be someone that just has got beef with Logan, who said the scam hasn't ended. And Logan's face was on the thumbnail. And according to this person, the scam's in somehow still continuing. So I don't know what's going on there. That's another thing which is done the rounds recently. And you know, again, you know, you just put all that into a pot and you just go, no. So if he wants to be respected, he would need to, I think, do something to kind of boost his reputation. I think he'd need to do some like charity stuff, do some work on that front. That's always gets people's respect. And then pick a lane, would you? You know, if you're going to do wrestling, and don't tell me he's doing wrestling, because I've just explained as to why he's not done wrestling. Right? Just rocking up for the pay-per-views is not good enough. Because actually, all he's doing is he's taking spots away from people that do go to the house shows and do the hard miles on the road. And I've said before, you know, I mean, there was an interview with Becky where she said she didn't love it. But, you know, the wrestlers themselves don't love it. They don't love the fact that Logan comes in and just does these shows. You know, Becky, there's an interview with her. I think it's with Ariel Helwani. But if you put Becky Lynch, Logan Paul interview thing, I know she was on his podcast recently. But before she went on his podcast, she was making comments about how she doesn't love Logan and the fact he only rocks up once in a while. Logan even said to Triple H that he sensed people backstage had some heat with him as well. That was during the Logan Triple H podcast episode as well. So I ain't saying anything that wrestlers themselves are not saying. So, you know, it's one of those. He divides opinion. He's got his fans. I met a lot at Wrestling Shop Live, kids with Prime, you know, telling me about all the different flavors they'd tried. To them, they don't necessarily look at that stuff or care about that stuff. They're not. To them, it doesn't matter if there's a wrestler that's working, you know, 500 days a year, and Logan's only doing 20 or whatever, right? That does to a kid. They don't care about that, right? And nor should they, right? To them, it's, oh my God, Logan. You know, they talk to their friends at school about Logan. So the fact that Logan's in a wrestling, oh my God, is just, you know, the biggest thing ever. We've all been kids. We've all been there. And, you know, I was talking to them like they love him. So he's got his fans. There's people that do love him. There's people that are on board with him. But for the reasons that I've just explained, that's why there is a hatred towards him. George said the UK crowd was amazing. They really were. They really were. I mean, I was talking to people at Wrestling Shop Live saying, you know, you can't make noise. You know, Montreal was so good. I don't know what crowd was louder, what crowd was better. I really don't know. I know what crowd was a little bit more extreme in their chants. I know what crowds decided to choose violence. But I think London definitely delivered. I think that's what we can say. What the loudest or best crowd was, up for debate. But London definitely turned up, made some noise. And I think it added to the show. It really did. I think, you know, it's not a case of the fans being a distraction. You know, Cena made that comment. He said, some people in the back think you lot can be a distraction. It's not about that. I think if you've got a passionate crowd that are really into the show, it helps you at home really get into it that little bit more as well. I mean, we've all seen the pandemic. We've all seen the Thunderdome. Like, you know, they had to start pumping in fake crowd noises during the Thunderdome because it was missing something. And so they had to start putting in just fake noises. So we know how important a good, passionate crowd can be. And yeah, that really showed on Saturday. I think he's good in the ring, but I understand the frustration, said Dr. DJ. I also feel it's good from a business standpoint coming from a 13-year-old. T85 Backup said London hated Rousey. Nathan said London was rocking that venue. Edward said, what do you think is next for Roman? I think it'll be Jey at SummerSlam. We've only got 5 weeks. Doesn't feel like this is going to be the end of Usos and Roman and Solo. I don't think that's it. One match and that's it. We're done, you know? So I think we are going to be looking now at... Jey and Roman. I've just got distracted because SmackDown's actually on. And I said that Friday's SmackDown was one of the hardest streams I've ever had to do because I was watching a show that had already been taped. But not only that, trying to watch it on catch-up, it just kept buffering. So I was trying to get in sync with you lot, watching it on catch-up. And then as soon as we were in sync, I'd get like a little circle going around. And then, of course, I'm back out of sync again. So I never knew where I was in relation to you lot. So actually, it's on right now. And so I'm seeing quite a bit of this clearly for the first time. And I didn't realize that Pretty Deadly did that spot again where they kind of put the apron over their heads and then they did the double team thing. That's really clever because they did that the other week and they won with it. And they just did it here with Sammy, but Sammy managed to kick out this time. I didn't see that when I was watching it on Friday. So I really, really need to go back and rewatch this SmackDown. This SmackDown is one that I know the results and I've seen moments from, but actually sit down, watch it, and just enjoy it for what it is. I haven't had a chance to do that yet. Right, good to see you doing good, says Paolo. Shout out to you. I remember subscribing when Mark Henry turned on Cena and watching your reaction. Cheers. Paolo, shout out to you. That was an amazing moment. Amazing. That's got to be one of the best moments in like Raw history. Absolutely love that moment. There's been quite a few actually, just really great like moments that we've covered on the channel. But on it, I would say what happened on Saturday is right up there. I think Edge coming back at the Royal Rumble as well. I feel like that was so big. That was massive. So yeah, there's been a fair few, but that's a great moment. Dave's fun fact, if you go back and watch the moment, Roman is pinned when Jey is covering him. Roman mouths, "I love you," says Edwards. That's nice. To Boy, hello, shout out to you. Hope you're well, my friend. Said, I've been a member now for over 2 years. That is mind-blowing, buds. That is mind-blowing. Shout out to you, buds. And as we said, you know, Liv looking very cool in her Union flag attire. I didn't see it going that way. I didn't see Ronda Shayna turn him. It's really interesting, actually. We haven't spoke about it, but Ronda Shayna is interesting because of the fact that apparently Ronda has got a hard out. So she is going to be out of WWE for definite on a certain date. And the belief is that that date might be SummerSlam. And before she goes, she wants to do the feud with Shayna. So I didn't see this coming because, I mean, I wouldn't have thought that Ronda was going until at least WrestleMania. At least WrestleMania. So I thought that she would be there, going there, but apparently not. Apparently it could be SummerSlam, and it could be her against Shayna, and that could be how things wrap up. So, yeah, Liv winning those titles was not something that I thought would go down. It was not something that I was expecting, but yeah, it's is what it is. Cynthia, shout out to you, my friend. Sorry, it took me a while to get to this. That's an amazing Amazing, very, very generous super chat. Really do appreciate it. Really do appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed Money in the Bank. Hope you're going to enjoy Raw tonight as well. I'm waiting to find out what the plans are. I mean, it is just 45 minutes to go, so we should be finding out pretty soon what the Raw plans are, but I haven't seen anything yet. Apart from Rhea against Natalya. Rhea Natalya is on the way. So, Cynthia, massive thank you. Cynthia said, I was thinking about this. As much as I wanted Cody to win, Jey getting the win on Roman at Money in the Bank makes perfect sense, being that it all started with Jey and Roman a few years ago. I think, though, this for me is, I mean, you're right. It's great. It's poetic. But I think that had he have lost to Cody, that would have been great also. That would have been fine also. Because I think that we still could have done the bloodline breaking up, and we still could have had this story. Maybe we would have told the story a little different. Who knows? Maybe Roman solo could have won at Money in the Bank. Maybe the story could have been built up. You can't beat me. You can't beat me, right? And maybe part of this build could have been that you just got beat by Cody, and Roman could have said, "Well, yeah, but you can't beat me." And then, like, we go to Money in the Bank, Roman and Solo win. Then Jey gets a singles opportunity at SummerSlam, and then maybe Jey wins at SummerSlam. And we could have had a fairly emotional moment there where Jey does beat Roman, but he doesn't have the titles, so no titles get passed. But it's still a big moment for Jey because Jey's just beaten the tribal chief of his family, basically. So I sort of feel like what's so great about this story, I really don't think there's just one direction that you have to go. I think we've fleshed out the characters so well that we can go in a number of different directions. And I would imagine the creative meetings are quite interesting because I'd imagine there's people pulling for this to go in different directions. But yeah, this was great. Having Roman unbeaten and for Jey to be the one that finally pins him after 3 years, that's great. But if Cody had won, I think that would have been great. If Sammy had won, I think that would have been great. I explained multiple different ways we could have gone if Sammy had won. I think Cody was firm favorite for WrestleMania, so I didn't feel a need to explain multiple ways for Cody to win. I think he was firm favorite anyway. But going this way has been great as well. Again, there's so many ways you can go. Like, you don't have to do Jey Roman at SummerSlam. You could easily go in a different direction there as well. If we do Jey Roman, do we do Jimmy solo as well, do you think? Do we do like both of them in singles matches? Or I wonder if we just do Jey Roman, Jimmy in Jey's corner, Solo in Roman's corner, and we just have that basically and just use all those moving parts. Don't know. The bloodline story continues to give. That was such a big moment at Money in the Bank. That how amazing that all these months after Sammy leaving, we're still able to milk these major moments out of this story. It's just been incredible. The bloodline story is. At what point does it? Maybe it will never will, but at what point does it become just? Yeah, it is the best story. When will it get to that point? I think it's there for me. I think it's been there for me for a while. I've said, it's something we've spoke about a while ago. What is the best story? I think financially, Stone Cold and Mr. McMahon is the biggest story. It generated the most money. It was really the beating heart of the Attitude Era, if you will. Or you could say WCW and WWE being at war is the beating heart. But Austin and Mr. McMahon is, a big story, a big part of it as well. So financially, that one. But creatively, like storyline-wise, Nothing touches the detail, the nuance, like maybe even how much we've got out of it as well. You know, there's been so much that has come out of it, and so many people have benefited. You know, the Usos have main evented WrestleMania because of the Bloodline story. Sami and Kevin have main evented WrestleMania because of the Bloodline story. Sami and Kevin are tag champs. The Usos were undisputed tag champs. Roman has become an undisputed champion as well. You know, we've had Drew with a mega match in Wales. We've had Sami with a mega match in Montreal. You know, we had the Bloodline Civil War mega match in London. Like, even Riddle. I remember Riddle against Roman being in a fantastic match on SmackDown. Really enjoyable match. And even though, like, a lot of these are defeats, like the build to them, think about Cody, you know, in the build to Cody getting that shot at WrestleMania. Cody Rhodes main evented WrestleMania. And you can easily go, yeah, well, he would have even if Roman wasn't champion, but it doesn't matter. Roman was champion. And that played into this story as well. So if we're talking about what the best story is, I just look at all of them characters that have been involved in it, and many, many more, you know. I look at the length of that story. I look at the twists and the turns. I look at the little nuances. I look at the backstage interviews. I look at the Usi moments, the honorary use, the T-shirt moment, Survivor Series, the Rumble moment, Montreal, Cody. It's just, you know, what happened at Money in the Bank. It's just, for me, it's the best. And it just continues. And as we said on SmackDown on Friday, there's going to be the trial of Roman. Now, I don't know how great that segment's going to be. I said this earlier. Don't know how great that segment's going to be because Roman, he ain't going to sit in a chair and listen to the Usos going off at him. So I don't expect it to be a trial like Sami had. But it's the Bloodline story, and the Bloodline story just always delivers. So, you know, it's impossible to not be excited for SmackDown. SmackDown is still going to be a lot of fun. And I believe it comes from Madison Square Garden. So, you know, Roman's going to be there. You know that is a monster show. Whenever they go to Madison Square Garden, they cut no corners. They don't cut any corners. Like, that to them is home. That is home. Madison Square Garden is home. So, you know, they always, New York, man. New York is home. So they always make sure that they go big when they go to the Garden. So SmackDown is going to be unmissable this week. I don't even care what the matches are. I don't care. I don't even care who's on the card. I don't care, right? They will go big. I would not be surprised to see a legend. Wouldn't be surprised to see a legend. Wouldn't surprise me if the Gongs went and the Undertaker came out. Would it surprise me if The Rock was there? I would be surprised, right? Because The Rock is so big. But it's something that I think you could whisper. It's something I think you could have a little whisper conversation about. Because Madison Square Garden is Madison Square Garden. And that is where we go big. So, yeah, Cynthia, really appreciate the support. Taboy said, I'm going to be at Madison Square Garden. Dudes, it's going to be big. You're going to have a great time. James said, WWE doesn't need TV 14 because when it's in the UK, we bring TV 14 to them. That's true. That's true. I don't know how much they appreciate it. Triple H made the comment after, is like, your chants have got more creative, sometimes for the better, sometimes maybe not. So you could tell that even Triple H was like, you know, it's always interesting coming here in London. It's one of those, right, where Triple H is going to find it funny and he's going to find it, like, the humor in it. And I think the fans around the world are going to have found it funny and find, like, the humor in it. But as I said, I don't think it helped our chances of getting, like, you know, WrestleMania or anything, with Nick Khan sat there probably thinking about advertisers and sponsors whilst the crowd are chanting, you know, every word imaginable. So you're right. We did bring TV 14 to WWE. Horror King said, why isn't it an issue that Roman hasn't defended the title in 2 months? Is it in a rule that it must be defended? Well, it's always been an unwritten rule that it must be defended every 30 days. I sort of feel like if you used to ask wrestling fans, certainly wrestling fans that have been watching for a while, the 30-day rule is just one that sort of has floated around, you know? It's not an exact science. You could easily go back through the history of WWE and find examples where, you know, champions have gone a few months without defending. But by and large, it is an every 30-day type situation. So I've said on the channel before, like for me, I look for the title to be defended once a month. Some point once a month, you know, ideally at the pay-per-view. If it's not being defended once a month, then yeah, you know, if it goes over the 30 days, if it's like 40 days, 50 days, maybe even 60 days, that's when, you know, I could understand people going, nah, I don't like Roman. He doesn't defend it enough. I could be like, yeah, I get it. Right? There's not really much in the way of an argument, to be honest, for me. I get it. What I would say is that when he hit 1,000 days, he did Night of Champions, which was in May. And I said, okay, well, we can let him off because it's 1,000 days. He's going to go for the tag titles instead. So I'll let him off. I'll let him off that. But then we came to Money in the Bank, and now he's done this Civil War thing. Now, do you let him off that as well? Because he's competed in the main event of the pay-per-view. Granted, the title's not on the line, but I mean, this was every bit as big as a title match. Every bit as big, right? If it was a case that he was champion and we hadn't seen him since WrestleMania, I feel like that would be so much worse. But he has been seen. He has been around. He had the main event at Night of Champions. He had the main event at Money in the Bank. Granted, neither of those were for the championship. And I understand the argument, well, you know, what about the SmackDown superstars that want to become champion? Like, you know, what about their opportunities? They haven't had a chance since WrestleMania. And at WrestleMania, you know, the person that got the opportunity was obviously the Rumble winner. So what about the people that are just on SmackDown? Like, when do they get their shot at Roman? Like, I don't have an argument. I don't have a way of going, no, you're wrong, it's fine, blah, 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 blah. All I can do is go, yeah, I agree. He should defend it more. He should defend it more. But what I don't have is I don't have that passionate anger that Roman hasn't defended more, because he defended in April. May was Night of Champions. Technically, June was Money in the Bank. And now we've just gone into July. So we have seen him every month. He has had a main event every month. It's just the past two have been tag matches. So because he's involved in a story and I know what's going on, and he hit 1,000 days, and then he's gone into this story with the Bloodline. I get it. You know, I don't feel like a passionate, angry feeling towards him for not defending, but I can understand those that do. I can understand those that are like, nah, this, you know, he could do these matches and he could do a title defense as well. Like, there's no reason why he couldn't defend the belt on SmackDown like he did against Riddle, like he's done in the past, and that still do the pay-per-view. Like, there's just no excuse. Like, yeah, fine. I haven't got an argument with that. Right now, I would say I'm at the point where I'm not crazy about it. I'd love to see the belt defended more, but I'm not passionately angry about it either. So I expect him to defend at I think if he doesn't defend at SummerSlam and it's just him against Jey, like say a non-title match, I mean, that, you know, maybe then I'm going to start getting a bit angrier because the belt's got to be defended at SummerSlam. But I think it will. And I think it'll be against Jey. But also, this is part of the reason why that other belt was introduced. You know, Triple H said Roman has negotiated himself into a situation where he just doesn't have to defend as much as what we would like to see him defend. You know, Triple H made it clear we do want more world title shots, more world title matches, But Roman has negotiated himself into a position, he's so powerful now that he's negotiated himself into a position where he doesn't have to. Hence why Seth has got the belt that he has got. So WWE, I think, have acknowledged that it is an issue, and that was their fix. WrestleLandy said, we're on track to have the greatest years of pay-per-view in WWE history. Imagine saying that would happen a few years ago. It's a really good point. This show has been great. I mean, the Rumble with what happened and Sammy, amazing. Montreal, amazing. WrestleMania, amazing. I think the second night of WrestleMania was a bit flat, but the first night was greatly received. There was a lot of buzz around that first night of WrestleMania. And we're seeing a bit of a pattern, actually, where the first night really does well, and then the second night seems to just bring the score down. That's 2 years in a row now that's happened. Night of Champions, I seem to remember that there was a conversation about that potentially being the best pay-per-view of all of them so far. Like, Night of Champions was so good. So good. I can't even remember what score I gave it, but I was very high on it. And then, I don't know, maybe you make the argument that Money in the Bank is one of the best. I don't know that I can say it's the best. I think just to kind of take the other approach to Money in the Bank, the criticisms of Money in the Bank was that some of the matches just didn't excel. So like Cody and Dominic was fine, but it wasn't amazing. Seth against Finn was good, but it wasn't amazing. The women's Money in the Bank ladder match had some spots in it and moments, little botchy in places. I'm not a fan of where, like, someone jumps off the top and there's a load of people waiting. I hate that when it's done as a dive to the outside and they land on a load of people. I mean, granted, Io was at the top of a ladder when she did hers, so it was a bit extra special, but it was still jumping and landing on a load of people just standing around underneath. So, yeah, you got a few little moments like that. There was a few little criticisms, but there's some good stuff in that women's Money in the Bank as well. There's a few good moments in there. I think the Liv, Raquel, Ronda, I mean, the biggest takeaway from that was the turn. I don't think that match was really, pulling up trees. So any criticisms I've seen have been that the in-ring was just a little lacking and that there wasn't really outside of the main event, which was excellent. And I thought we had a very good men's Money in the Bank. I thought that was good. Again, there was spots in there, of course. I mean, you're never going to avoid just crazy spots for the sake of crazy spots. But it was still, a lot of it was still logical and made sense and looked good, and it felt like a contest. Whereas some of the women's spots were a bit set up. I remember Becky, Zoe, and Trish fighting on the outside, and Bailey, Io, and Zelina, they just seemed to vanish. They just disappeared for about 5 minutes. So I don't know. It's difficult as to know how that'd be a really interesting recap, to be honest. Talking about what the best pay-per-views were, giving them a score and then ranking them, and kind of seeing how they stack up against each other. I genuinely don't know what would come out on top. I really enjoyed Money in the Bank. I gave it I think an 8.75. I think I gave Night of Champions a 9, but I can't remember. I think it was close. I think both of them were close. And again, I can't quite remember what we gave the Rumble, but the Sammy moment is mental. I love Roman, Sammy. I love that match from Montreal. You're right. It's just there hasn't been... What we can agree is there hasn't been a bad pay-per-view. I think if I was to say the worst, I'd say it was Backlash. I think Backlash was the worst. But even that had a red-hot crowds and had some really good moments. But I would say that that hasn't reached the level of some of the others. But just going to Puerto Rico and, the Io-Bianca match there is really good. Io against Bianca is really, really good. And I know a lot of people enjoyed the street fight as well. I mean, it wasn't for me, because seeing Damian Priest lose to Bad Bunny I think that has to go down as the worst result of the year, in my opinion. But yeah, there's a lot of love for that, and there was a massive pop for that as well. But yeah, you're right. If they can keep this up, this will go down as maybe the best year for pay-per-views. Days, what's up? So tonight's show, Vince, because if it's pop a high rating last week, I've been told he runs everything. Triple H has nothing to do with it. Is tonight's show, Vince? I don't know. To be honest, I haven't heard anything. It's a bit of a downside of starting early. I still haven't seen like the preview or anything for tonight. Like normally we get a bit of a rundown. Can I go into WWE? The preview should be up. I might do a little bit of a cheeky watch the preview, tell you what the preview says. This is awesome. Careful. No, it's still not. No, there still isn't one. There still isn't one. WWE still do not have a preview on their Twitter account. The only thing they've got is a video that went up 2 hours ago, which is Byron welcoming Jackie Redmond to Raw, which I've already watched. And that's still the last thing that they've put up. So it's one of them. It's going to be one of those shows where we're just going to have to see when it actually starts. And we're not going to have a great deal of visibility on it, unfortunately. That's all right. Not knowing quite what to expect can sometimes make it a bit more exciting. So that's all right. We know we've got Rhea against Natalya. That is a match for the women's world title tonight. Or women's world title, isn't it? Still trying to get used to that. It's no longer the Raw and the SmackDown. It's the women's world and the women's championship. So Rhea's got the women's world, just like Seth's got the world. And so it's going to be her against Natalya. That's the only thing I know at the moment. Only thing I know. Please 200 PLN said, do you think what Logan is doing with his scams have had an effect? I think so. It's hard to say how big of an effect because, for example, I'm not a Logan fan, right? I don't hate him. I'm not passionately hating on him. I think that he's athletic. I think that he would make a fantastic wrestler. I think he's got all the raw ingredients, but I think he's someone that you would want to put down in NXT and you'd want to work with and get him up to speed, right? He's obviously not got a desire to do that. He's not got a desire to do this as a permanent job. So what we're getting, which is him coming in and boosting social media for the pay-per-view shows, right? And the comment was made earlier, like, this is good for WWE's business. But my response to that would be, as a fan, I don't care. Like, WWE are not hurting when it comes to the business side of things. Like, they've just been took over in a multi-billion-dollar deal. They've got some of the biggest social media platforms. Like, they've got one of the biggest YouTube channels. I think they've got one of the biggest TikToks, biggest Twitters. Like, they are a juggernaut all to themselves, right? They are a monster entity. How many times do they tell us that they've had more views or whatever than the NFL and the NBA? And they love putting that kind of, graphic up where they boast about their things. So is he a boost to their business? Well, sure. I mean, he's certainly not hurting it, is he? He's trending and he's, giving the social media numbers a bit of a boost. But as a fan, I don't care about that. That's not something I'm bothered about. Maybe if WWE was struggling and we'd be a little bit more like, good on you, you're helping us out kind of a thing. But we're not struggling. We're doing all right. We're doing great. So don't know. I don't get anything from that. That doesn't do nothing for me. So the scam stuff, I must admit, I don't know loads about. I don't know loads about it. I don't know how big of a deal it is to the casual fans. What I would say is I've had the video recommended to me and I've seen people talking about it. It's just something negative that I'm aware of that is connected with Logan, right? It's just something else. Like I know about the Suicide Forest thing, and I know about this crypto scam. The crypto scam is a lot more recent as well. So as someone that doesn't follow that, as someone that's not like, I don't watch his podcast, I don't watch his channel, I don't know what the conversation is around him, but I am still aware of this crypto scam. That would say to me that it's a big deal. People have spoken about it. There is an awareness of it. It hasn't helped his reputation. It's obviously only going to have hurt his reputation. But how much it's hurt it, how much people are booing him because of that, it's hard to say, isn't it? Really hard to say. I really think it's a combination, a mixture of the things that we've been talking about. I think it's a real kind of mixed bag of those things. I think there's people that just don't like him because he's a YouTuber, and what's he doing in wrestling? Just that alone might be enough to turn people off. Then, of course, he's one of the Pauls. We all know that they are very divisive. They make comments. They're very outspoken. We know Jake, for example, takes shots at anyone and everyone. Logan, I don't know that he does that as much, but he's a Paul, and you can be guilty by association. And you got the Suicide Forest, and you got the crypto stuff. And I think he made some comments about religion. I think he had that blew up a few months back where his co-host is quite religious, and I think Logan called him stupid for being religious or something. And I saw loads of comments. It was another reason that Logan trended, right? So there's just a whole plethora of things in there. It's just, as I said earlier, you put them in a pot, you mix it all together, and it's going to be something that's in there that's the reason. But just to provide the other side, I do think he's very athletic. I do think he would be excellent at this. I've no doubt about that. He's got good cardio, good stamina. He's got explosive movements. He can do that kind of stand-in jump. He can do amazing leapfrogs. His frog splash to the outside's really good. I would say his selling is very good, but I actually don't think it's his selling. I think that it's just where his cardio does genuinely fail him towards the end of the match, because you've got to have immense cardio to wrestle a long main event. And I think that by the end of his match with Roman, I think he was sucking air proper, but it just looked great. It just looked like he was done, because I think he was done. But it looked good. So again, you put him with Shawn for a bit longer, and he's been training a bit with Shawn, but you put him down in NXT with Shawn, and if he was to be like, this is what I want to do, this is what I'm meant to do. He could be a world champ. He could be a world champ. He's tall. He's a good looking guy, still fairly young. He can talk on the mic. He keeps delivering in the ring with what they keep giving him. He's willing to take risks. He's willing to mark up his body and give his all. There's not really much you can look at and go, well, this lets him down, or that lets him down. He can talk. He's got the look. From what we've seen of his wrestling, he's very committed. He's very good. He's very athletic. He'd be great at this. I think he'd be a world champion at this. But it's just, he's not putting the work in. He's not doing what needs to be done. He's doing enough to get by with doing the few matches he does a year. That's the truth. If he was to commit to this more, then I think people would be with him more. I think people would be willing to jump on board with him more. So that's my reading of the situation. Toxic Falcons said, when is WWE going to push Montez? It's a good question. I think LA Knight might have took Montez's spot. I mean, he beat him in the qualifying. And I think had LA Knight have not got over, I think that Montez might have had that spot. I think WWE have been looking at Montez. I think they like the look of him as a solo star. I think Triple H is in a bit of a weird situation, though, because he's also trying to build a tag division, and Street Profits are one of the best teams he's got. So he's sort of looking at it thinking, well, I don't really need Montez. I've got plenty of singles guys. I ain't struggling for singles guys. And if he needs, he can call up Carmelo Hayes, who, you know, is very charismatic and great in ring. But Montez does have star written all over him. And I think his relationship with Bianca just elevates him even further. So, yeah, it's tricky, and it's really tricky. I don't know that there's a time frame. I mean, what I would say is I think we could probably just do a little bit more with the Street Profits. I'm not someone that thinks we should move with Montez right now. I think that we're trying to build a tag division, so I would stick with the Street Profits for a bit longer. See what we can get out of that. Bring in some new teams. See where the tag division is by this time next year. And then, I don't know, look, if Montez wins Money in the Bank next year, we could do that. But I wouldn't do anything right now. I wouldn't do anything. I think we're still building this tag division. And I think we could probably do with the Street Profits as a team. If anything, we need to find a way of refreshing them because they've gone a bit stale. The Red Cup's like raining down and we want the smoke and everything. We've been doing that for years and years and years. I sort of feel like what happens is WWE gets something that works or sort of works. They run with it and then that goes stale. But it's a little bit like the creative team are so busy with, okay, what do we do for Raw? What do we do with SmackDown? What's the next step in the Bloodline story? Who's the next challenger for Rhea? Who's the next challenger for Charlotte? Like, all that stuff is way more important than refreshing a team, right? So refreshing the New Day is really low down the priority list. Refreshing the Street Profits is really low down the priority list. Like, because they've worked, it's worked, and it will continue to do something. Even if it's not doing what it did, it'll still do something. It's not like it's gone completely sour. So, you know, the priority has to be, what are we doing with Roman? What are we doing with the women's titles? What are we doing with the tag titles? What are we going to do at WrestleMania? What are we doing at SummerSlam? When do they get a chance to, what should we do now to refresh the Street Profits? Like, when does that come up in conversation? Seemingly, it hasn't. But I think it really needs to, because I don't know that the noises would be so loud for Montez to go solo if the Street Profits were killing it as a team. If the Street Profits were back doing really good stuff as a tag team, I don't think people would be even talking about like Montez going solo. So I would look at that. I would try and refresh the Street Profits. So I'd try and give them, I don't know if they need a new attitude. I don't know if they need a new catchphrase. I don't know if they need a slight gimmick change. I don't know if we just need to cause a bit of tension between him and Angela Dawkins. I don't know if someone could come in and try and drive a wedge between them. I said when they were on SmackDown, like, maybe we should look at bringing in B-Fab. Like, B-Fab could start to get involved, and like B-Fab and Dawkins, she could try and turn Dawkins away from Montez. That would then allow us to have a little look at maybe Bianca and B-Fab. That would allow us to explore Dawkins and Ford's relationship. You know, like, I could see like Montez like trying to say, come on, what you doing? Like, you know, you're not acting as you normally act. And like Dawkins could start to act a little different. You know what love does? I sort of got shot down a little bit for that suggestion. Listen, you're always going to get shot down when you suggest something that's a bit out there. And I agree, this is out there. But this is what I'm saying. I think there's stories that can be told. And we're not doing anything with B-Fab, right? She's a good-looking girl. And we're not really doing anything with Hit Row. You know, this could lead to like Street Profits Hit Row, but you've got a deeper story going on, and it could lead to Bianca against B-Fab as well. So I sort of think there's a few options at play there if you did something along those lines. If I was in a room, in a creative room, I'd chuck that out there and see what happens. It might die a death, or someone might bounce something back off it and go, okay, well, I'll see what he's saying, but not Hit Row. How about we do it with Alpha Academy and we have Maxine? Like, you know, okay, yeah, fine. But this is what I'm saying. Like, sometimes you have to chuck some out there and then ideas get bounced around. So, I don't know. We'll see. But Montez, I think, will have a future as a solo star. But it's just, yeah, when do you do it? For me, I'm not looking to do it yet. Mayhem said, tonight, Raw, Riddle against Ludwig. Trish against Raquel and Rhea Natalya. Mayhem, thank you. Appreciate it. Edward said, do you think they'll do a premium live event in Scotland? I mean, never say never. It would have to be an indoor one, of course, so it'd have to be an arena. I don't know what your biggest arena is. I'm guessing in Glasgow, maybe Edinburgh, you should have a, sizable arena, something that can hold 15,000 plus. They did Wales. They've done London. I'm gonna say, yeah, there's a chance. I'm going to say there's a chance because I think you've got a lot of Scottish people on the cards. I mean, if you think about Alba, Isla, Nikki, Doudrop, Drew, there's a good, healthy number there of Scottish personnel. Add in, the Irish, the English, even Tegan Knox from Wales. There's a good British-Irish contingent right now in WWE. So I think that Ireland, London again, of course, or maybe go into Manchester, maybe Scotland. I don't know. It's just a little bit tricky, Scotland. It's just a little bit tricky. People will go there, and there is a big wrestling scene there, and they are underserved. But I think WWE tend to tick them off with a house show, to be honest. Kind of feels like WWE gives Scotland like a house show. I mean, I feel like you did get a Raw. Like going back to 2019, 2018. I seem to remember there being like a Raw that was there. So, I don't know. I could definitely see you getting a Raw, a SmackDown. Definitely see that. Premium live events, difficult because, I mean, we've only had 2 in how many years? But I do think they're going to keep coming over. If Drew is champion or he's going for a championship again, they've got to think and look at Scotland, I would imagine, at some point. Because Drew winning the title in front of his countrymen, his fellow countrymen, it's pretty sick story, that, isn't it? So I would say not impossible, but I think more realistic that you get a Raw or a SmackDown. When would WrestleMania feature at? When could it feature at Wembley? They teased it, but never put a date. Well, they teased WrestleMania, but I don't buy it. It's hard for me to get into any kind of lengthy conversation on it because I just don't buy it. We've been hearing about this so many times that I'm sort of done with it. I've heard Cena talk about it at house shows, and I've seen WWE put surveys out about it coming to London. So yeah, this is big that he mentions it on a pay-per-view. Triple H's response was quite flat after. I didn't get the vibe that this is something that they're looking at. I sort of got the vibe that John Cena was in the area. I mean, what Triple H said was that John Cena was in the area and he wanted to get that hit of adrenaline and we wanted to surprise the fans. Well, the problem you've got is, well, okay, you can bring Cena out, but what's he going to say? What's Cena going to do? If Cena goes out there, what's he going to talk about? Because he can't talk about having another match because there's no plan on having another match. So what's he going to talk about? So he went out there and said that he thinks WrestleMania should be in London, something I've seen him say many times before. And I just sort of get the vibe that that has not come from WWE. That is Cena going out there, just firing up the fans, and then having a little moment with Grayson Waller. And then Grayson Waller saying, no, it shouldn't be London, it should be Australia. So I wouldn't go thinking, well, Wembley and dates and all this kind of stuff, because I don't see us being anywhere close to getting a WrestleMania in the UK. But you're going to hear people going, well, AEW, they're at Wembley, And it is true. The fact that AEW are coming over definitely means that WWE, if it weren't for AEW, I don't think we get Clash. If it weren't for AEW, I don't think we get Money in the Bank, because we certainly didn't get it before AEW was around. And now they're around. Oh, hello, WWE. Oh, Oh, you remember us, do you? Oh, that's nice. So I think that we will get Raws, we will get SmackDowns, we will continue to get pay-per-views, but I don't think it will be WrestleMania. Daniel said, about the teasing of WrestleMania, do you think if it did go through, the inspiration may have come from seeing AEW back in Wembley? 100%. 100%. I don't think Clash happens without AEW, and I've said this a lot of times. A lot of people say, why Clash? Because like Wembley wasn't announced till this year. Clash was last year. But the thing is, the second AEW arrived in 2019, WWE were going to be very aware that that was not only a threat to their American market, but to their global market. Add in the fact that AEW managed to get a TV deal with ITV, which is our Channel 3. Right, you buy a TV set, and obviously you get a few channels built into it. Well, Channel 3 is one of those, and AEW gets shown not live on there on repeat, but that is still one of our major channels, and AEW is shown on there late on a Friday, late on a Saturday night. I don't think it does any great ratings, but it's still, that's still good. WWE are shown on BT Sport, which is like ESPN. Like, I'm guessing when you buy a TV, you don't just get ESPN. I'm guessing it's one of those channels. We don't have it. We don't have ESPN over here. But I'm guessing it's one of those things that you have to pay a monthly subscription to, £30 extra for ESPN and ESPN2 and ESPN3, whatever, right? Exactly the same with BT Sport. You have to pay £30 a month and you get BT1, BT Sport 2, BT Sport 3. WWE is on there. And so it's sort of a bit behind a paywall, to be honest. And there's no replays shown on free TV. You can't flick through BBC One, BBC Two, Channel 4, and just stumble across WWE. So they will be aware that AEW have been making moves. They're also aware that Tony and the Khan family own Fulham. And the thing with owning Fulham is that is a stadium in London that they can get very cheap because they own it, right? So if they want to run AEW shows in London, Craven Cottage in Fulham, which is, in London, right by the Thames, they can run that. And it's 25,000, something like that. Lovely size when you think about it. Lovely size. I think they'll do future shows there. Stadium. 25, 30,000, perfect for AEW. Think Arthur Ashe, right? Where they've been, that was about 20,000. So I think WWE are looking at the ITV deal. They're looking at Fulham Stadium. They're looking at, how the ratings are over here. They'll be aware of the moves that AEW are making. And of course, WWE have gone, we need to get to the UK. We need to get to Puerto Rico. We need to, I wouldn't be surprised if we go to Australia again very soon. I wouldn't be surprised if we go to India. I really wouldn't be surprised if we're going to go to a few places as WWE tries to solidify themselves in those markets. So I think that Clash came once the pandemic had gone. Was vaccinated against and, whatever. I think we then did Clash because they wanted to send a message of we are WWE, we are the market leaders, come and see what we do best. And then after that, they announced Money in the Bank. The thing is that AEW have come along and gone, okay, we're going to make our move now. And they've gone and done Wembley, right? Which caught everyone off guard. I didn't expect Wembley. I was expecting Craven Cottage, the Fulham ground by the Thames. And they went and did Wembley. So yeah, that has sent a shockwave through wrestling, through WWE. We almost certainly will get another pay-per-view next year. Almost certainly. And what was the original question? The tease of WrestleMania, did it go through because of inspiration? So, what I will say is the WrestleMania tease, I don't know that moment was inspired by AEW. There are reports that it was, right? There are reports that it was. I think what's just as realistic is that John Cena said, I'll be on the show. And they went, right, what do you want to do? And he went, well, you know, I've got a little thing I can say. I used to say it back at the house shows. You know, because he's said this before, I don't think this was written for him, right? If I'd never heard him say that before, I would be a bit more like, why did they do that? Why did they have him say that? But I know I keep saying it till I'm blue in the face. He has said this so many times when he's been to the UK, right? It is just such a guarantee. It's like going to Miami and saying, I love the Miami Dolphins. I love the Miami Heat. Do you know what? Do you know what I think the best basketball team is? The Miami Heat. Yay! Massive, massive cheer, massive reaction. Babies being thrown in the air. You know, like you're just going to get that pop, aren't you? Well, that's the exact same thing if you come to England, come to the UK and go, do you know what I think you lot deserve? WrestleMania. Yay! Woo! Up go the babies. Woo! So I don't know if that was inspired by AEW. It might just be as much that he's pulled it from his playbook. But look, we'll see. I'll believe it once it's announced. That's my stance on it. I'll believe it once I see it. Right, let's go. AEW paid to be at Wembley. WWE wants to be paid to come, says can't stop, won't stop. You're looking live. Right, we've got a Droz graphic. Money, money, money. Okay, so we've just got a recap of Money in the Bank right now. We are live with Raw. We're just seeing Cena and Grayson Waller. The place looks so good, says Johnny. What's the long-term plan for Cody, says Gregor. Well, these things haven't been announced, but I think we're almost certainly looking at a rematch against Brock. He actually spoke to Ariel Helwani saying that that's what he wants. He wants that rematch with Brock. Helwani said, what now? You know, and he was like, to be honest, I'd love that rematch with Brock. So that's what he's looking for. And I think that's what he gets at SummerSlam. And the story has got to be finished. So I expect the story to be finished. So maybe him roaming at WrestleMania 40. Where is Raw tonight, said Justin. It's in Baltimore. Redemption said London doesn't need WrestleMania, so they won't be paying. I think UK crowd and Puerto Rico crowd are tied for best crowd, says Justin. Justin, shout out to you. It's very nice. Godfather So said, Days, did you smoke fat blunt at Money in the Bank? I wasn't there, but I'm chiefing that Jay Strongbow. Nice. That's very good. Do you think it would be wise to have Bray feud with the now over LA Knight? No. I would love to cuff Bailey as well to a bedpost. Was a bit kinky, that, wasn't it? No, Bray against this version of LA Knight would not be a good move. This version of LA Knight is so over that people would have to really choose who they supported. And it would not be unanimous for Bray. You know, Bray is coming off a bit of a, you know, lot of excitement for when he returned. I don't think that excitement is quite there now. I think when he comes back, right, lights go out, fans are going to get excited because lights out moments are obviously exciting. And the thing with Bray is he can transport you to like another world, if you will. Like it can feel very eerie. And there's not really many superstars that can do that can make it feel a bit uncomfortable, a bit eerie, a bit goosebumps, a bit what's going on, what's going to happen. Bray's got the ability to do that. So certainly you'll get a good reaction when he comes back. But if you was to then put him in a feud with LA Knight is so over that there will be a lot of people that would have to choose who am I behind here. And that's not good news for Bray, is it? That's not good news for Bray. He needs to be in a feud against, like, Dominic Mysterio. He needs to be in a feud with someone that is out-and-out heel. Seth Rollins is opening the show. Burn it down. I like what Seth did, actually, at Money in the Bank. Seth Rollins came out, and I don't know if you noticed something that he did. I'm sure you did. But he stood on the edge of the ring. So when he came out, he stood on the edge of the ring, put his arms out, and he just did nothing for around about 2 minutes. And he was just stood there like this. And they even faded the music down. So it was just the crowds. And for those of you that were at Money in the Bank, we got like sweeping shots of the arena as the crowd were just singing his theme song, and he was there. And they were singing and singing and singing and singing and singing. And when he felt like that'll do, he, you know, thanked him, stepped into the ring, and then there was a cheer. And that just seemed to be a great way of putting a bit of a full stop on it, you know? It's kind of like the fans were, just for a moment there, sung out. We'd sung them out. You know, they could have continued, but he'd sung them out. And it was sort of a way of going, right, you've had your moment. You've had that now. And the fans applaud, and then boom, into the match. And then I don't know if you noticed, but the fans, they did start singing later in the match, but they weren't singing like throughout the start of the match. It had kind of been a good way of really putting a full stop on it. And it was just something I thought was quite clever of him to do. He is very good at controlling it when he wants it, like he is now. You know, look, he's in the ring, he's got his arms out, he's letting them sing. He might even be doing a similar thing here, you know, let them sing for a few minutes. Just let them keep going, let them keep going, let them keep going. Put an end point on it, and then hopefully they'll allow you to move on. So he's in the ring with that world title around his waist. Let's see what Seth's got to say. Welcome to Monday Night Rollins. Thank you. I am a visionary. Raw in my home city. This is worse than Austin and the what chants, says David. I'm all right with it when it comes to the entrances, because, you know, it is what it is. But I think that segment, when it was all over Finn and it was derailing that for me is when it strayed into becoming a problem. But people are really divided on it. People just love it and will, you know, happily sing it throughout the whole show. How sweet was Money in the Bank, says Seth. Brad enjoyed it. Talking about... you love to see it. Not Becky Lynch for new... So he's putting over EO. He's putting over Damian Priest. By the skin of my teeth, I beat Finn Balor. So he said, Jay beat Roman. You love to see it. SummerSlam is only 5 weeks away. That wasn't a little birdie. That was Triple H. Okay. Cody. Cody's coming out. Cody making his way down to the ring. Cody's been very clear in interviews around Money in the Bank. This belt does not finish the story, and I am so pleased that he has said that. because he's right. He's right. This belt has only just been created. This isn't the belt he came back for. He didn't come back going, oh, I hope they make a new world title. He came back because he wants the WWE Championship. He wants the belt his dad couldn't get. He wants Roman's belt. So if I think he faces Brock at SummerSlam, but if he is going to come down now to, I don't know, challenge Seth, I don't think he will. He might just come down to congratulate him. But if we are about to get something here, this is a different story. Oh, that kid, man. That kid just melted when they got that weight belt. Sold out of those weight belts. He had to do more at the O2. He put a little tweet out. Oh, did you see Bayley's tweet as well? Oh, my God. Goated. Maybe my favorite tweet of the year. Bayley put a tweet out. It had a picture of Io and Damien both posing with the briefcases. She said, I just want to congratulate both of my stable mates. And I must admit, I looked at it and I was like, hang on, what? I don't get this. And then it dawned on me. And I was like, oh, God, that's brilliant. It's brilliant. Because obviously she's in Damage Control. So she's a stable mate with Io. And then Samantha Irvin made that mistake at Money in the Bank saying that she was part of Judgment Day. So she's kind of having a bit of fun suggesting that she's in Judgment Day. So she was like, I want to congratulate both of my stable mates. I was like, man, that's brilliant. That's clever. So I love that tweet from Bayley. Right, Cody is in the ring. Big Cody chants. There's a sign that says, we miss Randy Orton in the crowd. What's Cody going to say? It's quite a black. It's quite a... So... Oh! Okay, so he is here this week. Brock Lesnar walks out. Cody jumps out the ring, goes running after Brock. Brock and Cody brawl. Brock and Cody brawl. This is what we was expecting for SummerSlam. Big knees by the Beast. And he hurls Cody down the entranceway. That's pretty sick, isn't it? Now we've got a big brawl, man. We got a big brawl. It's kicking off on Raw. This is what you want, innit? This is what you want. You're coming out of Money in the Bank. You want something exciting. Oh, Cody cutter to Brock, man. Cody cutter to Brock. Come on, Brock. Come on. That's sick. That is sick. Cody, 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 Cody. In my soul. Let's go. Days, do you still talk with the person who was responsible for the channel name? Sadly not. Sadly not. I haven't seen her in a while. So I hope she's doing well. I don't get why they had that segment interrupt Seth's segment. I think they were teasing Cody Seth. So I think they were teasing Cody Seth, and before we could even really get to that, we ended up getting Brock. Would have liked to have seen the promo with Cody, Seth, and Brock, says Jay. Easy Girl said green shirt family. Oh, I didn't notice. What are the black rings I've seen on wrestlers' fingers? Sometimes multiple on the same hand. Oh, I can't say I've noticed. Sir Killer said, Brock is like Vince, so I got to return home fast, say no more. I think it was Drew that rolled the ankle, said Wrestling Guy. Oh, do you think so? Yeah, that's not a bad shout, is it? He didn't do a great deal. He didn't do a great deal. They cut it out at the best part, says John. Well, they want you to go back after the commercial break, that's why. Brock got Cody cutted. But there is smoke. Did you play the AEW game? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I have seen mixed reviews of it, to be honest. I mean, I'm sure it's good, but I did get recommended the IGN review for it. To be honest, I'm not very good at going off and looking for things. I just tend to watch my recommendations. I watch so much YouTube. I just have it on in the background, but I tend to just listen to, like, I don't know, Jim Cornette, or I'll listen to Summit to Wrestle with. You know, a lot of the podcasts are on YouTube. So whilst I'm just editing and doing bits, I'll just have it playing in the background. But that means that I get recommended, you know, obviously a lot of wrestling and football and a lot of cricket at the moment. And anyway, I got recommended the AEW thing, and so I watched the review of it, and I think they scored it a 6. I think it got a 6. I think they said it was fine, but no wrestling revolution. You know, I mean, to be honest, I think the game is in the right direction, right? I know there's people that are off with the graphics, but I think that I think it's in the right direction. I think it's in the right direction. I think we've got a good basis, a good foundation for a good game. I just think it's a bit glitchy. There's a few moments where, like, it doesn't quite work. There's a few problems that need ironing out. So maybe next year's version will be, you know, tidier. Because don't forget, this has been built from the ground up, innit? This has come out of nothing. So this one just seems a little rough around the edges. But I think maybe if they've got another 12 months to work on it, use this as the foundation. Next year's might just be that kind of polished version that people wanted this to be. So, but I don't know. I mean, I've not seen what many people have been saying about it. I don't watch like the gaming reviewers or anything. I tend to look at IGN. I watched one other one as well that gave it, I think, a 7. So. Okay, we're going back to Seth now, so I think we're going to find out what Seth wants to say. Seth's just trying to finish his program. Next year's game needs to be started 1.5 years ago, said Stone. Raw, let's go. We're back to Sethy. Ganlin said my pick was Logan to... He's been interrupted again. Cash in on 2 champs. What was your favorite Money in the Bank winner? Who was your pick? Well, I wanted either LA Knight, Shinsuke, or Damien. That's what I wanted. One of those 3. I wouldn't have minded any of those 3. But my pick was Logan. I really thought they would go that way. But I'm thrilled that I was wrong. Never been more happy to be wrong in my life. You haven't got everyone in your group. There is no Finn in the group. Where's Finny Finn? Finn's fine. So Rhea, Dom, and Priest interrupt Seth. Obviously, Damian Priest is a problem for Seth. Rhea said whatever he's up to tonight, suggesting she doesn't know. So Damian Priest holding up that Money in the Bank briefcase. It happened at SummerSlam. It happened at Survivor Series, Rumble. Or maybe tonight. Big cheer. Damian Priest, Shinsuke tonight. That sounds all well and good, said Seth. I'm fresh as a daisy, said Seth. To beat a champion, you're going to need to have me down and out. I'm fresh as a daisy. Seth talking about partying in Baltimore. So they've started singing the song again just as Damian Priest starts talking. Oh, yeah. Green family, I just saw it. Damn. What's that about? Green shirt guy with a family? That's gonna, that will have broke the internet. So green shirt guy, green shirt girl, green shirt baby child. That's amazing, green shirt family. Damn, I'm more excited about that than Brock. Now boos for Dominic. Just say that green shirt wife, girlfriend, woman looks quite, you know, I know you can't say these things, but she looks lovely. Looks lovely. I mean, I'm not saying that green shirt guy does it. I'm just saying. Perhaps money can buy you everything. I don't know. I'm just saying. Nice guy. Seems like a nice guy. So they're trying to get Dom Dom to have a match with Seth. I would love nothing more. I would love nothing more than to slap that stash off Dom's face. What do you guys think? Oh man, the wrestlers have to go over to green shirt wife, girlfriend, woman, lady, don't they? And green shirt family. So Seth against Dominic looks like our main event tonight. I'll see you punks later. So Dom versus Seth made. Good for Natalia breaking 7 world records, said Miguel. Dominic has got the Vicky effect when they wouldn't let her talk either. Don't upset the PC police. Wow. I mean, look, she is lovely. The kid looks lovely. Green shirt guy. Nice guy. Great personality. Right, Damian Priest is going to be in our opening match by the looks of it. Priest versus Nakamura. Priest versus Nakamura. I want Mammy's taco salads. Has she got a taco salad? I don't know what she eats, to be honest. Man, that is a massive fly. I've got the biggest fly in the world in here. That is huge. It's like this big. Jeez! It's like a blimp in the room. I never, ever get flies down here. Can only imagine when Kia came in, because we tend to leave the door open, but there's like a sheet over the door so that she can come in, but it keeps animals out. It looks like one's come in when she's come in. I've sprayed it, and now it's going to do that horrible thing where it's just going to buzz around and be like kamikaze, where you're just hearing it go boof, boof, as it like knocks into stuff. I'm over streaming. I might just get smacked in the face by a fly in a second. First world problems. Right, let's go down. It's just a fly. Dude. It was like that big. It was about that big. Like, this wasn't just a fly. This was like something from the Jurassic age. Days, I've got to be hosted. I don't care for this match. Oh, honest. I don't care for this match. This is my problem with Raw. I really like Damian, and I wanted him to win Money in the Bank, but I don't care about this match. That's fine. That's fair. I think that it's a little tricky tonight because we've literally, like, you know, flown them over from the UK, and it's like we're in Baltimore, so now they've got to, like, you know, put a show together. I think we're builds in towards SummerSlam. I got asked earlier, do you think we see Brock? I said no, I didn't. I actually thought that this was going to be a bit of a, not a downer of a show, but I don't know. I can understand, you know, the wrestlers have just had like a big UK tour. They've just done Money in the Bank. There's probably a few aches. You know, I don't think people are going to necessarily be at their best tonight. I have no idea, obviously, what storylines they've got planned or what build they've got plans, or I suppose, like, should have a little more faith with Triple H booking in advance, if you will. But, yeah, the fact that there wasn't really a preview, we didn't really know many of the matches, sort of meant that this felt a little bit last minute. You know, if there'd been a proper preview and there'd been, like, loads of matches announced, I'd feel a bit more confident. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from this show, but you're going to get some. I mean, we've already had Brock. We've got Green Shirt Family. Do you know what I mean? We're only 27 minutes in. So, we'll see. It'll be all right. We'll get some up from it. All fine. We'll have some fun. But there's probably going to be a lot of Money in the Bank recaps, though, in all fairness. I think Randy would return at SummerSlam or later, said King JJ. JB said, I like the old school way of booking Raw when a faction or authority would arrange a load of crazy matches for the night with stakes and madness, 3-on-1 handicaps, lumberjack matches, special refs. Yeah, do you know, that would be fun, actually. Do you know what I mean? Just go crazy for a night. Just like, this won't have any implications going forward, but we're just going to have some fun tonight. Seth gets put in against, like, you know, tag team or something, you know, and like that could be pretty fun. That could be pretty fun. And then, like, give everyone a bit of a break, like, you know, a few days at home, and start the build next week for SummerSlam. I mean, I think what we've planted the seeds for is Dominic against Seth and then potentially Damian cashing in. Now, Damian ain't going to cash in. But we've planted like a seed for it, you know. I think they're hoping people might stick around and stay tuned in to see if it's going to happen. He could try. Okay, so Shinsk making his way down. One of the best entrances, says Johnny. Nakamura is overrated, said Scott. Edward said, in Murrayfield, we've got Murrayfield Stadium, which is 70,000. I don't think they'd do a stadium. I think the weather's a bit too unpredictable. That's kind of what we've always heard about England, and I'd say Scotland is even worse. So I don't think it'd be a stadium. It would be an arena with a roof. Damian Priest beats this jobber in about 2 minutes, said Tim. Trinity's World Adventure said, will Randy return tonight or SummerSlam? Well, not getting a very good success rate at the moment, am I? I didn't think Brock would be here tonight. And I think someone asked me about Cena, and I didn't think he'd be at Money in the Bank. So maybe third time lucky. I'm going to say no Randy tonight. I think word is that he's been cleared, but he's not ready to return to the ring. So being 5 weeks away from SummerSlam, I sort of feel like bring him back at SummerSlam. I don't see him being ready to like actually wrestle. So even though it looks like he's been given the all clear to get back and, you know, start doing some work, who knows where we are with even that. So I think bring him back at SummerSlam. That means he can do like come back at SummerSlam. Great moment for the show. Bit emotional, you know, maybe Riddle's in trouble. Needs some help. Out comes Randy. Oh, be amazing. So, yeah, I think they've already given us Brock tonight, so that'll do. Andy said, do you think Damian will win the world title? He really could, couldn't he? I mean, I am a little bit worried about them constantly talking about going after mid-card belts. So I think mid-card belts are very much on the table. I think Damian actually said in a backstage interview, I could go for the United States, I could go for the Intercontinental. He went through a list of the belts he can go for. So you can't really rule anything out. But he is someone that, I mean, that title is there for anyone, really. I think anyone that WWE want to take a chance on. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Austin Theory got his hands on that world title fairly soon. Because I said this the other day, if you're the world champion, the one that Seth's got, you're not the face of the company. Not whilst Roman's here. And I dare say not whilst Cody's here as well. If Roman's not the face of the company, then it'll be Cody. This belt is an important belt, and it is a world title. But for those of you that have watched wrestling a long time, remember the old world heavyweight belt from, you know, years ago. That was given to the likes of Jack Swagger, you know. I think Mark Henry had that belt. Like, people had that belt that you might not necessarily give the WWE championship to. But you could give them, you know, that's the one that Dolph Ziggler had, was like the World Heavyweight Championship. So that's the belt that, like, could I see Damian Priest getting it? Sure. Could I see Austin Theory getting it? Sure. Like, I feel like that belt is the super intercontinental. But it is a world title. It, you know, your list of world championship reigns goes up by 1 if you've got it. So it is more important than the IC. But I sort of feel like Damian Priest getting it doesn't feel like that crazy to me. Nakamura getting it doesn't feel that crazy. I sort of feel like, yeah, we absolutely could go in that direction. Shinsuke on the outside, face first, Damian Priest going into the timekeeper's area, looking for a suplex. Nakamura picked up, dropped on the edge of the barricades. Moody. That was moody. I have a feeling Finn is here tonight and turns face and helps Seth if Judgment Day beat him down, says Macca. Dylan said, what do you think is LA Knight's future? Is he the guy to dethrone Austin Theory? He can definitely do that. I think Triple H said, you spoke about LA Knight, and he said, look, his rise is only just beginning. Triple H is very aware of what's going on, right? WWE are very aware of what's going on. I think that I think he's got a very bright future. Very bright future. I mean, I watched him in the NWA. I didn't watch him in Impact, but I watched him in NWA Power going back to like 2020. I've watched him then leave there and go to NXT, and I've watched him in NXT. Now I'm watching him on the main roster, and he's not doing anything different than what he's done in these promotions, and probably no different than what he was doing in TNA, to be honest. But he was not getting these reactions in NWA. People liked him in NWA, but there was no LA Knight chants during main events, or there was no clamor for him to be the guy to beat Nick Aldis. I was having a lot of conversations with NWA fans, and like Eli Drake was not someone that he was fun. He was appreciated. You always knew when it was his match or his segment, you was going to enjoy it. Nothing like this. And I would say the same in NXT as well. I mean, when did you see conversations or people chanting for him and demanding he become NXT champion, you know? Might have been the odd person, but we weren't getting LA Knight chants breaking out down at the Performance Center and, you know, hijacking the show and like chatter online about, you know, en masse. We weren't seeing this. We just weren't seeing this. This fever for him, this, you know, where we are now is, it's not come out of nowhere. He's always been over wherever he's been. He's always been popular. It's not like this is, you know, a million miles from where he's been. He's always been appreciated, and he's always had good reactions. But what we're seeing now is something, I mean, special, different. I mean, this is just, it's crazy. I mean, to the point where we've had so many conversations trying to analyze it, break it down, and understand it. How's this happened? How's it happened? Why did it not happen in NWA or NXT? Why has it happened here? But it has happened, and he is over, and WWE are aware of it, and I think it's down to the fans to just keep that momentum going, to be honest. I think the longer it goes, the more they can't ignore it. But the other thing as well is the more he is out there cutting promos, like impressing with his promos and having matches and getting on pay-per-views, he's just building, you know, he's just building and building and building. So even those that at the moment maybe don't get it or don't rate him or think that in Kevin Nash said, you know, he's just a rip-off of The Rock or whatever, I think that what the fans are giving him is an opportunity. He wasn't at WrestleMania. He wasn't at Backlash. He wasn't at Night of Champions. I think the fans got him in that Money in the Bank match. And I think the fans were able to cheer for him during that Money in the Bank match. And I think that that forced Triple H to talk about him at the press conference. And so the fans are putting him in situations which is then going to allow him, hello, Shinsuke having a little dance. The fans are putting him in situations which is then giving him more opportunity. So he is just in such a great place. He could be a world champ. He won't be the face of the company. I don't see that for him. But could he be someone like a Kevin or a Sammy or, you know, someone that's kind of in the mix for a world title? Yeah, I could see that for him. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I don't know that we're going to see him become like world WWE champion at WrestleMania. I don't know that I see necessarily him closing WrestleMania. Don't know that I see that. I don't know that I see him like being the face of the company or anything along those lines. But I see more for him than just a mid-card title. The crowds are demanding more for him than that. He'll get that, and the crowd will want more. I can see the crowd's fever, like support, carrying him all the way to a world title. And once he's there, then it's going to be interesting, because normally when you get to a world title, sometimes that feeling can sort of be like, job done, you know? We did it. We got him there. Job done. And, you know, it might just settle down a little bit then. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. But I feel, listen, he could have Seth's belt. You could absolutely have Seth's belt. If the crowd are going to keep doing what they're doing. Shoulder up by Shinsuke. Who do you see Io cashing in on? Probably Asuka. Io Asuka is a great match to make, isn't it? It's a great match. Rhea having a few words with Kevin Patrick. She's not happy. I think Roman Gunter will happen. I think that he will beat Roman and Paul will beat his advocate, says Adam. Erase Your Mind said Los Angeles night. More Priest grabbing Nakamura. Spin kick. Priest goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Take Roman's belts. He's already over the records he's passed, says Kian. Shinsuke is in the corner. Down goes Priest. Shinsuke doing well here. Shinsuke charging over. Goes for the Kinshasa. Priest rolling him up. 1. No, kick out by Shinsuke. Priest grabbing Nakamura. Bit off. Man, just turned him inside out. Vicious lariat there by Damian Priest. Damian Priest looking to put Shinsuke away. Picks him up, plants him down. 1, 2, 3. Damian Priest wins. Priest beats Shinsuke. Here is your winner, the new Mr. Money in the Bank. Do you think Damian will take Roman's belt? No. No. I don't think Roman loses his belt by cash-in. Not quite an Undertaker chokeslam, said Davids. We need Randy to get rid of him. Jaden said it was a very good match. Is Roman's singles match record still ongoing? Last time he lost was a tag team. Yes. Damian Priest in the corner holding up that briefcase. That dude in the crowd's got his Austin sign upside down. Lol. Judgment Day sign in the crowd. There's a Puerto Rican sign as well. When do you think Green Shirt Guy finally gets his in-ring debut, said Hop Along Chris. It's long overdue, buds. Long overdue. Who won the Civil War segment tonight? Where the flip is Bibby? That's a good question. Where is Bibby? Dirty Dom. They've gone with Dirty as his... No way, man. It's Dirty Dominic Mysterio. When do you think Damian Priest will cash in? Not for a while, I wouldn't think. I think they need to keep teasing it. New women's tag champs up next. I love that Dirty Dom graphic. I wonder why he is Dirty Dom. For one night only, NXT Underground. Oh, yeah, and Braun. Shut up. Tomorrow night. So is NXT Underground tomorrow as well? Damn. That'll be good. Brock is why Cody can never have anything nice, said John. Tommy said that match was a sleeper. Johnny said Natty needs to do something tonight. Kaz said because he's a dirty son of a beep beep. Beep beep. David said Natalia loses tonight and gets the Jenner surgery and becomes Nate Neidhart. That would be fun. She could probably do with a refresh. The Beach Kevin said, do you think Green Shirt Guy stays at the same hotel the wrestlers stay at? Oh, that's a good question. Don't know. I mean, it's weird, isn't it? No one quite knows. I've never seen an interview with him. I'm sure people have tried, but I've never seen him talk about how he gets those tickets. It's one of life's great unanswered questions. But there's been a few rumors that he does know someone within WWE. I mean, he must do. It's one thing to get front row, but to always get that spot. I sort of feel like he must have spoke to someone and said, "Tell me how much, you know, I want to be able to get that middle like seat at the pay-per-views every time. Like, I don't care how much it is. Like, I'll pay a year in advance or something. I don't know. Don't know. Yeah, I don't know quite how he does it. But he's been doing it a long, long time. A long time. Do you know what would have been fun if he had been invited to WrestleMania 36? So I'm trying to think. I don't think there was anyone in the crowd, though. Do you remember not long after, though, they did start putting performance center people in the performance center? So they were doing, when we were doing, yeah, there wasn't there? That's a shame. I wonder if we could have got away with one. I feel like he needed to be there. I feel like if there was no one there apart from him just in the front of WrestleMania 36. But it wasn't long after that we started to put like some of the performance center recruits around the ring. And I've said before, if you actually go back and have a look now, it's really interesting. I haven't done it myself for ages, but I distinctly remember Shotzi and Ivy Nile. I think maybe Cameron Grimes. There was a few that were around the ring that were there to cheer and bang on the plexiglass and like, woo. And it'd be really funny to go back and look to see who it was. Because it'd probably be the likes of Indy Hartwell and I don't know. I don't even know if Tiffany Stratton would have been in. I don't even know if the people in NXT now had even been recruited when that was happening, because of course that's 3 years ago now. It's a long time ago. So in actual fact, it might be like some of the people that's on the roster now, you know. It might be people that we watch on a regular basis that were actually stood around the ring for Raws and SmackDowns in 2020. Oh, God, scary, isn't it? No, it's only now, just talking to you about it, my brain's gone. That was 3 years ago. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel right. Feels like last year to me. Man, that's mental, man. Oh, this is cool. Look, we got Rikishi going out trying to find some Yokozuna merch. And they managed to find a Yokozuna, like, entrance robe. WWE Superstar Sunday. Sports Illustrated Money in the Bank stands as a prime example of WWE's dominance. Drew McIntyre returns. He did. I wasn't there, but I heard about it. Forbes, Cody Rhodes destroys Dominic Mysterio. These are the headlines. Yahoo! What did they have to say? Seth Rollins overcomes Finn Balor. Fox Sports. Roman Reigns is pinned for the first time in more than 3 years. Crazy. Lots of surprises, but no one could have predicted the end of the women's tag team title match. Now, I do have a weird question about this, and I'm sure it's something that's been brought up, but why did she attack her mid-match? Like, why did Shayna try to win this match and then halfway through go, nah, I'm going to beat you up now? That's what I want. That's what I want explained, right? I can... Her attacking Ronda, I'm sure she's just fed up of being called like fake Ronda, right? I get all that. That's not a problem, right? I've had enough. I'm sick of being in her shadow. Great. Get it. But why did you do it mid-match when you was trying to win the match? Like, did you just have enough during the match? Was it something that happened during the match that made you snap? Like, what? Well, here we go. Ronda Rousey. Rowdy Ronda Rousey. Reputation. Oh no, 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 not me. Well, there's not much sympathy. There's a thank you, Shayna sign. Well, WWE have done well there to not allow the crowd to boo Ronda out the building. Here is... we're all pretty sick and tired of trying to hear you speak on a microphone. Yay! Savage. I'm a savage. Why does loyalty suddenly mean nothing, says Ronda. IOU. Shayna getting wound up. I'm the only reason you are standing in a WWE ring. Shayna's chosen violence. I owe people an apology for bringing you into this business. Look at me. I don't recall seeing you build rings just to wrestle in front of 30 people. I scratched and clawed for a chance to get here. I kicked the front door down to get here. You went through the back door straight to WrestleMania. Believe it or not, I love this. And you have ruined it for me? Damn. The sobering reality that there is someone here, me, that can finally shut you up. This is fire from Shayna. Boot by Ronda. Can I just say credit to Ronda as well? And people aren't going to give her credit. Credit to Ronda, because this, I think, will have been worked out between these two backstage. Ronda is having a lot of home truths thrown at her here by Shayna. And she is allowing it. She's allowing it. Shots coming in by Shayna. Shayna grabbing the leg of Ronda. Ankle lock applied to Ronda. Ronda in pain, desperately trying to get over to the ropes. She gets to the ropes. There's no one to break it, though. There's no ref that's going to break it. Shayna has her grievance. Oh! Wow, man. Knee to the side of the head. Ronda Rousey slumps over that bottom rope. Shayna! Get back here! That's a good little segment, that was. That was a good little segment. Look at this knee. Oh! Oh, man. The replay, the way they showed the replay as well. Slow-mo, slow-mo. And then just as you get into the contact, they speed it up just to make it look more brutal. Good little editing trick, that is. We're seeing, tell you what, he's having a good day, Otis, isn't he? Jeez. Must be his birthday. There's going to be some fireworks. The Alpha Queen, Maxine. Oh, yeah! Thank you! 6-person tag match coming up later. Viking Raiders. Liv and Raquel. So, Viking Raiders against Alpha Academy. That's coming up tonight. Oh, yeah. This is the horsewomen match I never wanted, said Jim. Dum, 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 dum. I want to be in a Maxine Dupri headlock, says Capper Owens. I would love that squeeze. A lot of simping action in the chat right now, guys. A lot of simping action. Watch me. Here is Liv. Obviously, no more NXT women's tag titles. Just the women's tag title. I mean, this is it now, isn't it? The NXT ones are done. They're gone. They're dead. Liv and Raquel making their way down. Ashton67, shout out to you. Days, hello, how are you today? I'm good, thank you. I'm good. We've almost had an hour of Raw. And it's going quite quick, you know. Been some pretty fun stuff that we've enjoyed already. I love these two. I love Chelsea, and so I think they're a great team. Tag team turmoil match. So Liv and Raquel are ringside. They're going to be on commentary. So winner will get a Candice and Indy are in it. Yeah, boy. That's good. So, tag turmoil match. So, Chelsea Green and Sonya Deville making their way down to the ring. Do you like those two? Grayson Waller has got a huge future, says Scott. I hope we get another Chelsea Karen TikTok. They were good. Love Chelsea's announcement, said Johnny. I would like for Candice and Indy to win. I wonder who the gullible fans are going to root for between Shayna and Ronda, because I like them both, says Prince Mueller. Triple T match for Beach Kevin. Yeah, we'll do the WEP tomorrow, actually. Looking forward to the WEP tomorrow. Wrestling Escape Pod. It's a weekly podcast we do. I've obviously got loads to talk about what we've been down at Wrestling Shop live. So, yeah, that should be fun tomorrow. So, looking forward to the Wrestling Escape Pods on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. And then we've got NXT on this channel. So, busy again tomorrow. Where is Alba and Isla? I actually didn't see everyone in the graphic. There was quite a few teams, so they absolutely could have been on that graphic. Although saying that, I think, are they not on SmackDown? So actually, they might not be on that graphic. It would be funny if the entire crowd at Money in the Bank started singing the halftime score song, said Ezra. It's a good point. I feel like we, there was a good, healthy representation of the community. We could have got something going. If I'd have popped up on the screen, if they'd have played it on the screen at the halfway point, I'm just saying. You think Dominic Mysterio gets booze? Whoo! That would have been nuclear. Shane took over WWE. It's all underground. I don't understand. I've never seen an episode of The Wep. I'm a filthy casual, says Tim. I mean, Tim, to be honest, I couldn't even begin to tell you how unorganized, unplanned. Even I don't know what's going to happen on it. So, I'm one of the hosts of it, and I will say it's very hit and miss. I think there's some really genuinely funny stuff on it. I think there's some of my favorite moments have been on the web. But sometimes it can just take a little bit of time to maybe find the conversation or find those moments. But yeah, there's normally something each episode that's really good. So don't know. We'll have to see what tomorrow brings. Got plenty to talk about. Here is Emma and Nikki Cross. That's a funky little team, isn't it? Emma and Nikki Cross. Candice. Nikki. Nikki wanted to be... You picked the wrong Australian. Is Candice Australian? Candice isn't Australian. Did she say you picked the wrong Australian? Hang on, I need to see what she said. Did she say you picked the wrong Australian? I'm going to listen to this promo again. Yeah, you picked the wrong Australian. Hayden and... Oh, I love these two! Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Dun, 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 dun. Go on, Caden. Oh. I love these two. Are they better than the Usos? Yes, they are. Yeah, what was that? You picked the wrong Australian. Emma is Australian. Yeah. But what does she mean by you picked the wrong one? She was trying to get Candice? I mean, that would make sense if Candice is Australian. She's not Australian? I think she meant she picked the wrong Australian, referring to Indy. But didn't she say you picked the wrong Australian when she was talking to Nikki? I mean, that is an excellent point. Indy is Australian. Why would she say to Nikki, you picked the wrong Australian? I think there's a botch there. I think she meant to say she has. But why would she say she's picked the wrong Australian? Because that implies that she should have picked her. That doesn't help Nikki, does it? And you can't say to Nikki, you've picked the wrong Australian, because Candice is an Australian. This makes sense. She meant picking Emma was a better choice than picking Indy. Yeah, I think that's what she meant, but like it doesn't work the way she said it. I swear, don't overthink it. I'm not... explain it to me then. Explain it to me. She just walked up to Nikki and said, you've picked the wrong Australian. And Nikki was talking to Candice. So what's the not to overthink there? The way it looks like she spoke to Candice. Candice turned her down. And so Emma's come along and said, well, you've picked the wrong Australian there. You should have asked me instead. But Candice isn't Australian. It's not that I'm overthinking it. It's that I think it's wrong. You know, some of us have got 1 minute recap videos to make where something like that might be quite interesting to include. Emma colliding into Chelsea. Okay, so we are underway with this. The teams are around on the outside. I think Candice's team's gone already. It's Emma and Nikki against... Just listening to Corey Graves because he was talking about Australia. Look, Nikki's upset on the outsides. Oh, God. What's Nikki upset about now? Probably confused like me. I'd imagine that's what she's upset about. She's like, I don't understand. She's on the outside going, I don't get it. But Candice isn't even Australian. No. Why is everyone confusing me? How can I pick the wrong Australian? She was not even Australian. Oh. Forget about it. Well, they've been eliminated now. Dana! Yeah, boy! Dana's here. Dana Brooke. All we are saying, give Dana Brooke a chance. Let's go. All we are saying, give Dana Brooke a chance. Love it. Right. Okay, so we've got down to where are we? Dana and Tegan taking on Chelsea and Sonya. Right, commercial break. Outlaw said, totally forgot Tegan was employed. Sing it, said Horatio Minds. It's my go-to. It's my jam, that is. That's my go-to jam. You know when Carlito was in WWE the first time? Was you a fan? If so, what was the feud that you enjoyed most from him? I wasn't a massive fan, to be honest. I mean, he was in the mid-card, so, I mean, he just sort of, like, feuded around the mid-card. He was okay. He had potential. He was someone that you know, kind of made up the numbers, if you will. He was someone that stood out because of the Apple thing, you know, had a bit of attitude about him, but no, he wasn't someone that I was tuning in for. He wasn't someone that I was like crazy about. I think he, you know, it's in his blood, obviously. So he is someone that's part of a very strong wrestling family, the Colognes. That's a very, very strong wrestling family. So I think he's someone that is respected, someone that's, you know, he's not been in WWE, but he's continued with wrestling. You know, there's a lot of people that leave WWE and they don't continue with wrestling. We've seen a lot of people get released and just leave the industry. He is passionate about it, continues to do it, continues to work in it. And I think there's a lot of respect for that. A lot of respect for his family. I think his character was fun as well. Stood out a bit with the apple and everything. So, yeah, he's someone that if he was to come back, I think could be fun. We could definitely put him in the LWO. We could do a few things with him, but I'd be lying if I was to say like, oh yeah, I was a massive fan, loved his work. He never massively did anything for me. I was looking where Candice was from. She's from California, one of Indy's promotions. She was billed as Mr. Toad's Wild Adventures. On one of Indy promotions, she was billed from Mr. Toad's Wild Adventures, a ride that was at Disneyland. Huh? Caden and Katana are in. Hang on. So there's been a pin and we didn't even see it. You're telling me that Dana got pinned and eliminated during the alert commercial break? How's that giving Dana a chance? What's this? What the hell's this? So we come back and that's it. You don't even see him. Oh my God. All we are saying. Well, that's very unusual. Dana and Tegan. Man, if you didn't feel disrespected before, you'd feel pretty disrespected now, wouldn't you? How often is it that you get pinned and eliminated during a commercial break? What the flip? What the flip is going on? Well, that can go in the recap. That's going right in the recap. Hey, we've got a few little things on the recap tonight, haven't we? A few little bits. Do you remember Priest promo botch talking about Money in the Bank? Do you think he knew he was winning that far in advance? No. Oh, wasn't that ages ago? No. I don't think that was related. All we're saying is give Mustafa Ali a life. That's true. That was brutal. And it had no payoff, did it? I really wondered and thought like they were bringing him down to give him a big moment. Nope. We're now a good month, 2 months past that incident. And it was literally just done for lols. It was just done to disrespect him because why not? Caden, right, this is Caden and Katana battling Chelsea and Sonya. Chelsea and Sonya have been in there for a little while. Here's Katana. Oh, Katana. Whoa! Hurricatana? A hurricatana? That's what it should be called. Is it called that? It should be called that! A hurricatana! Whoop, whoop. That was sick. Look at this hurricatana. I don't know who in WWE management that Ali peed off, but to be someone, because even Tozawa got a 24/7 title, Ali couldn't even get that. Sonya pushing Katana off the edge. Caden. Slap coming in by Chelsea. Oh, nice. Reversing it. Chelsea against the ropes. Roll up. Kick out. Oh, big shot. Chelsea going to look to put Caden away. Caden in trouble. 1, 2, 3. Damn it. Do you know what? There might have been a little cheating there, but they did really well. Damn. Chelsea Green. Oh my God. Are all the wrestlers going to have that in the future? Ludwig Kaiser. Chelsea Green. Well, there we go. They are new number 1 contenders. Chelsea Green. Chelsea and Sonya, yeah, said Zoom Station. William said, does WWE reach out to you when we do shows in the UK? Well, they did in 2019. That's when I was able to interview Braun and Ricochet. They didn't this time around, which was a little shame. To be honest, though, I mean, I know that they knew that I was doing Wrestling Shop because Wrestling Shop were in constant talks with WWE because they were hoping to get like a wrestler to do a sign-in. And they told them like what was happening, who was going to be there. So there is maybe a chance they didn't reach out because they already knew that I was involved with Wrestling Shop Live. But I don't know, to be honest, the only thing they probably would have reached out to me for would be like, would you like to speak to the wrestlers? Last time it was, I went to Smith's and I spoke to Cesaro, and then I went to Argos, which is another shop that we have, and did a little quick interview with Braun. So it would only have been like, Pete Dunne's at Smith's or whatever. Do you want to have a quick word with him? It would only have been something like that. So, I don't know. Maybe they don't love me anymore. Maybe they never loved me. I'm over it. Chelsea is a good wrestler when she gets down to business. How is Chelsea Green? I like her. I like her character. I think she is pretty fun. I like her. We don't really have a Karen in WWE. She, and that is something which is very of the time, and I like it. And she can wrestle. I mean, she's been wrestling for years and years and years and years and years. I don't know that she's someone that's going to provide a 5-star classic, but a heel that has got a good gimmick, an interesting gimmick, a gimmick which you could do a lot with. We've already seen them do little TikTok videos with her, which I think is really fun. And we've seen her complaining to Adam Pearce. I feel like there's a lot more that we could do. So she can do promos. She's got a good character. I like her in the tag team with Sonya. I think those two work well together. And she can wrestle. I mean, she's got loads of experience. So, yeah. Ticks a lot of boxes. She, I don't know that she's going to be like a world champion, main event in WrestleMania or anything like that. But she's someone that could be a tag champ. She could be a Money in the Bank winner. She could be, she could be around that sort of mid card. Well, she is. She is. I mean, she's going to be competing for those tag titles. I don't think they'll win them, though. I can't see Chelsea and Sonya beating Liv and Raquel. But, it serves a purpose. House shows. I can see her being really good as she's laying into the crowds or complaining to the crowds. I could see her being great on house shows. My question was, how is Chelsea Green? I answered it. I haven't seen a legend in the chat so long. What do you mean? They are giving Dana a chance to be out of the title picture. WWE is so nice. Imagine Samantha Irvin announces Roman Reigns like she does Chelsea Green. Roman Reigns. Yeah, I don't know. I sort of feel like that's going to divide opinion. I think some people are going to really like her turning up the OTT announcements. I don't mind it because I don't want to see a ref do that because it's distracting. I sort of feel like during a match, like the Aubrey Edwards stuff, I want to watch the wrestlers. I don't want to watch someone doing all this gesticulating in the background. But I sort of feel like during an entrance, if it adds to that entrance and it makes the entrance bigger, or, you know, then I sort of, yeah, I'm all for that, you know. I suppose in a way it's a little bit of a similar argument to like when entrance music first came in, or, you know, pyro was first introduced. People will be like, you know, what's this? We don't need this. But it's like, now it's standard, isn't it? Now we just all accept it as like, it'd be weird if we didn't have entrance music. It'd be weird if there was no pyro or things along those lines. So I sort of feel like this is something new, something different. We haven't heard people get like special announcements like this before. It's something that Samantha Irvin's kind of putting her own. I don't hate it at all. But is it something that might get a bit annoying? Is it something that could get a bit irritating? Well, maybe. If everyone's going to have it. I sort of feel like the General Gunther, like when she's doing it for Imperium, you go, okay, that's cool. But now she's doing Chelsea Green. Like, is everyone going to end up with their own little thing? Because, I don't know. Maybe it'll get a bit OTT then. That's something I can definitely see dividing opinion. We've got a little video package for Bronson Reed. It's a good video package, man. We're seeing like tornadoes and storms as he's colliding into people. I love these little video packages they've started to do. I think they work really well. Bronson Reed. That looked good. That was done really well. Right. We are 9 minutes away from halftime scores, and we have got the man, Becky Lynch. Days never in my life I want to hear. Here is your winner and new Miss Money in the Bank, Chelsea Green. It was a goofy question. How is Chelsea the color green? Okay, got you. Outlaw Angel said, didn't Tony Gemmell have a certain way he announced Edge? Well, there's been a few little quirks in the past. But I think this is now something we're starting to see more and more. I mean, like now, you know, she does it for Gunther. She does it for Giovanni Vinci. I mean, at the moment, it just felt like it was only Imperium. But there's 3 members of Imperium. And each one tends to have a little, you know, little quirk, a little kink. And now it's spreading. Now we got Chelsea Green. I'm all right with it. I'm all right with it for now. Might it get annoying? Maybe it will. But you know what? Life is for living. Let's see what Big Time's got to say. Fink is the GOAT. Fink's the GOAT. Fink's the GOAT. Just in life, I feel like Fink is the alpha of our species. Big Time. Let's go. Thorn in my side. She can't move on from Trish. She can't move on from Trish, guys. She wants to end it right here, right now. Right here, right now. Right here, right now. We're going Fatboy Slim. She wants to end it with Trish. Right here, right now. Here comes Zoe and Trish. Okay, she has got a mask on. Look at your stupid face. Now, Triple H said there was no injuries following Money in the Bank, so I don't know how legit this is. He said the only injury was someone twisted their ankle. Not medically cleared. She'd love to wrestle tonight. She really would, guys. But she's not medically cleared. It's just not possible. If you can't fight me, then send your little lapdog. Are you sure you want that after seeing Zoe Stark dominate at Money in the Bank? Maybe one day Zoe will be better than me. I am the greatest of all time, said Trish. Thank you, Trish. Thank you. It's kind of a fun story, isn't it? I mean, she is regarded as the greatest of all time amongst fans. So she's sort of coming back being a bit bitter at the fact there's a load of women that are now like really getting close. You might even make the argument that they have surpassed her, but... So right now we've just got back and forth between Trish and Big Time. Becky in the ring, Zoe standing next to Trish in the entranceway. We all know you won't be sticking around, Trish. Dave's thoughts on the fantasy booking. Heel Trish feuding with Becky and Seth. We get the return of heel Vince, who joins with Trish and wins the title from Seth. Dream match. Dream match. Why are you still here, Trish? Why are you still here? Yeah, why? I'm the face of the women's division, said Trish. The division I gave a relevancy to. Thank you, Trish. You hated that when that was happening backstage. The irony isn't lost on me that you tried to break the actual face of the women's division. But now I'm going to break your face. There's a lot of faces breaking faces. That's all I know. Gonna have to go. Oh, they gotta go. So it looks like she said Baltimore is Balti less. So Zoe and Trish are leaving Balti less. So Becky and Zoe next week, by the sounds of it. Burn, Bolty Less, that was good, said Lone Star Friends. What does Beth Phoenix shop on Glamazon Prime? It's nice. We're seeing Brock return earlier. What was that singing for Dana? She's no good, but for that 24/7 belts. How do we know? We know she never gets a chance. Triton Cascade said, I think the guy in the crowd was drooling over the railing at Trish. That segment felt written by Vince, said Davids. Cody and Brock interrupted Seth tonight. Are you predicting there will be another Rhodes-Lesnar rematch coming up sooner with the winner facing... Well, I think there will be Cody and Lesnar at SummerSlam. I don't know that the winner will necessarily face Roman. But yes, I am thinking Cody Lesnar. Jackie Redmond backstage with... No, in the entranceway. We've done an interview with him here not a few weeks back. So it's not in the ring. It's not backstage. Sort of in the entranceway. Okay, he's in a suit. He wasn't in a suit earlier. He was ready to wrestle earlier. Now he's changed and he's in a suit. We're getting all versions of Cody. Next time he comes out, it'll be Stardust. Goes over to Jackie, shakes her hands. Cody. Earlier tonight, you got into it with Brock. Tonight is Jackie's first night. It is. And she sucks. Tonight is Jackie's first night, and she is dying here. She is doing such a bad job. He could make life very difficult for her right now. Welcome back, Brock. We are not done yet. We can't continue to coexist on Monday Night Raw. I'll fight Brock any night. I'll fight Brock every night. Is he going to get jumped again? Some of the camera angles there just made it feel like, you know, when they're like focused on him and they're kind of hiding the background. I could just see Brock like potentially running out, but he didn't. I'll fight Brock any night and every night. What? 6-person tag match coming up, but no one is interested in that because everyone is interested in halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Boom. They did just have a little graphic for the trial of Roman for SmackDown. Right, Bad Karma with a 6, Greg with an 8, Mr. Quake with a 5.5, Inside Out and again 6.5, Smurfy with a 6, Steven with a 6, Mole Jam with a 6, Lou with a 4, Sam with a 2 out of 3, Salt Flakes, Rashmine with a 6, Tim with a 10 out of 10, no bray. Mike said 6.69, Mr. Quake said where's Austin 316. Don't know, but I have been enjoying tonight. I don't want to say that that's related, but Ladies' Night on Raw 6, said Jay. Just got home and it's halftime, says Arborus. You haven't missed. I don't think you've missed loads. I think if you look at these scores, you get an idea as to where we are. Stanton with a 7.8, Jeff with a 6. Outlaw Angel said Cody is my guy, but that was solely to get Jackie over. Travis with a 7, Seth freaking Rollins with a 6, Edward with a 7. William said score is 10 out of 10 because Trini made me her international hubby in Fate Life. Wow. Many congratulations to William and Trini. That is so nice when like two community members come together, and certainly when one of them's already got a husband. I won't say which. But, yeah, that's lovely, that is. Look, we got a lot of 100%. Look at the hearts in the chat. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Trini, congratulations. Big Time Baxter says 7. Trey Gaming said 5.75. Colton with a 7. Ashley with a 6.5. Tahil with a 6. There's lots of love in the chat right now. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Is green shirt guy there and green shirt woman and green shirt baby? NXT Underground said Mr. Quake. Bob with a 5.5. David with a 6. Scott with a 7. Sakilla with a 6.5. Riot is Liv 7.8. Michael with a 7. Ashley 6.5. Trey Gaming 5.75. Sean with an 8. Paulie with a 7. LB said, what's your favorite WrestleMania moment so far? My favorite match is Undertaker Shawn. Most iconic moment I think is Hogan Andre at WrestleMania 3. And favorite moments. I know that's difficult. Favorite WrestleMania moment. That'd be a good question. I might put that out there next time. What's your favorite WrestleMania moment? I mean, there's a few that come to mind. I mean, I think about the end of the Undertaker streak. It was really, it's hard to say it was a favorite, but it was so shocking. It was so impactful. I mean, that's an amazing moment. And I think about Rock and Ronda at WrestleMania 31. I absolutely love that. I love that moment. That is so good. But then, as I said, I think about, Hogan and Rock. A lot of people will say about Brett and, Stone Cold and the Bloods, Tyson. There's loads, isn't there? Kappa said 6.5. Trini said 6.75. Kaz said 6. Mr. Quake said NXT Warzone. Spike said 6.9. Defcon, Eric, and Pirate King Jack Adventures says, I'm back. My cable came crashing down and it hurt inside. By the way, heard rumors you're getting a YouTube figure. Well, I said this to Bill. I was like, when he said there was new reveals, I said to him, I was like, is one of them a Wrestling Days figure? And he said, oh, you've signed a license agreement, have you? That was his response. I was like, shut up. No. Got my own license agreement. I should have jotted something down on a bit of paper, shouldn't I? And gone, yeah, there it is. Can you make it now? Do you know, it's just a bad attitude, isn't it, on his part, really? It's just a bad attitude. Right, Alpha Academy versus Viking Raiders. 6-person tag match. The in-ring premiere of Maxine Dupri. She's got a hell of an arm drag on her. It is weird, isn't it? How she has like joined Alpha Academy and like maximum male models are just seemingly not a thing anymore. What are those two doing? I don't know. They used to do YouTube videos. And they were really good, really funny. I'd love it if they still did it and they were waiting for her to come back. That could be really fun. Like, she only went out to get some milk. Where is she? A lot of people go, what, you don't simp over the wrestlers? I'm like, no. Here's what I simp over. Look at Valhalla. I love the kind of women that I'm into are the kind of women that look like they haven't washed for about 2 years and look like they sleep in the forest. That's what I look for. Valhalla is here. Bit. Let's go. I like a woman that looks like she knows how to murder you in your sleep at least 24 different ways. And that is exactly the vibe I get from Valhalla. I mean, to be honest, it's not great seeing Maxine chuck Valhalla around. Do you know what I mean? Like, Maxine shouldn't be chucking Valhalla around. Right, we are underway. Let's see what we can get out of this. Accidentally, a kind of woman you can accidentally drown in the woods. Don't know about. If women accidentally drown themselves, that's got no, that's nothing to do with me, is it? Fun fact, not many people know, not a single woman can swim. Not my fault. If a lot of my ex-partners decided they would give it a go. Only to realise that they can't swim. Look underneath there by Chads, and tag is made. In comes Otis. Otis colliding into Eric and Ivar. Valhalla staying on the outsides. Oh, yeah. Colliding into Eric. Here we go. The shirt has been ripped off. He's getting ready to go. Caterpillar time. Oh, yeah. Dropping that big elbow. That dude's fired up. That dude's fired up. They're like his brother. They're like his brother in the crowds. Nice. Thank you. We're at commercial break. Look at that face. Shield sucks. How disillusional are you? Who's been saying the Shield sucks? Right, guys. Who's been saying the Shield sucks? Come on. Put your hand up. I agree. Valhalla has been made to look weak, says Hagen does. Valhalla is Maxine after 5 years of marriage. Valhalla, you only pay for a short time. That way they won't kill you when you fall asleep. Vince found maximum male models too flamboyant, so he broke them up according to reports. Is that true? I didn't hear that. Found them too flamboyant. What, the man responsible for Gold Dust? And the maximum male models too flamboyant. He's... we're in picture. Not here in the UK. I am. I've got picture, but not in picture. When Edge appears on the Grayson Waller effect, do you think someone comes out to challenge him? If so, who would you see? Don't know where we are with Grayson. Grayson Waller said that he broke his leg in his last NXT match. Well, if that is true, I mean, I don't know if Grayson Waller could be the one, but yeah, I think we are obviously setting up for his SummerSlam match, but I don't know. I haven't got a roster in front of me. Like it'll be a heel, won't it? It'll be a SmackDown heel, and LA Knight wouldn't make much sense. Because even though he's like technically a heel, he's getting such crazy reactions. That wouldn't feel like the right way forwards. I don't know off the top of my head who the heels are on SmackDown. You've got suggestions, fire them in the chat. But I wouldn't mind it being Grayson Waller, but I just don't think he can. I don't think he can do it yet. Bray versus Edge, says Wrestle with Andy. It's too soon for Grayson to have a match against Edge. Goldust in 2023 would be cancelled. Which WWE superstar was given birth by a colour? Febin, what you on about? What you on about? Kervin said, Knight is an anti-hero, neither a full heel nor a full face. Tim said, more than 1 hour, 16 minutes left in the show. Grayson Waller versus any UK wrestler in the Ashes. Tell you what, he would have got even more heat, wouldn't he? He would have got even more heat if Money in the Bank had been on Sunday night after what happened at the Ashes. For those that don't know, England are playing Australia in cricket at the moment, and it's a big deal. And Australia did something a little questionable. Let's put it that way. A little questionable. You're allowed to do it, but it doesn't look good. Yeah, it upset a lot of people. He would have got extra heat if he'd have referenced that. Right, we are back. I didn't have picture-in-picture, but we are back now. So, yeah, we got 14 minutes, and then we're in the final hour. We know our main event tonight is going to be Seth versus Dominic. Chad collides into Eric. Eric spills to the outside. Chad's cannonballs to the outsides. Chad climbing up. Whoa, flying headbutt. I don't like him doing it, and I don't know why they let him do it. I really don't know why they let him do that flying headbutt. It's been so well documented that, like, head injuries and everything, like, where it can lead, there is absolutely no need for him to have to do that move. Maxine wants the tag. So Chad trying to get over. Tag, in comes Valhalla. In comes Maxine. Maxine, arm drag. Valhalla goes down. She gets back up. Another arm drag. She's looking for a suplex. Suplex. Yeah! Maxine with a thank you. I mean, she's done an arm drag, 2 of them, and a suplex. Maxine, do the. Is she gonna do the worm? She's like vibrating. What's going on? Okay, she took too long. She just got kicked. Oh my God, the build up to that was immense. The build up to that. God, it was like when Hogan finally slammed Andre. It was like she was possessed and the spirit was trying to get out of her. Maxine, do the worm. She's managed to pick up the... Look at it. It's one of the funniest things. She's like... Oh, we got a Maxine Dupri. Maxine Worm is flipping gold. I'm going to write the word gold. I've written the word gold. I've written it. Amazing. I mean, I've seen some. I don't quite know what it was, but I saw some. They're showing the replay of it. Do you know what, right? It's really clever because they're going to tease that again next time. And it'll probably get thwarted again. But she will eventually get it. And when she gets it, that place is going to go banana. So Maxine pins Valhalla for the win. What are we doing with Viking Raiders? That's my question. What are we doing? What is going on? That worm was horrible. It was more like a centipede. That was garbage, but it did make me smile, says Kyle. It was more of a wet sock than a worm. They have Priest. Why wasn't he out there? They have Priest. Why wasn't he out there? What does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? Priest is in Judgment Day. Isn't Viking Raiders supposed to be killers? Well, I thought so. They can't beat anyone, and now Valhalla's struggling against someone that can't wrestle. I mean, she can't wrestle. She doesn't know how to wrestle. She's literally learning now. Natalia against Rhea for the Women's World Championship tonight. She's been struggling with self-confidence, hasn't she? Logan Paul and Ricochet next. WWE are pretty proud of this botch, aren't they? Did you see this botch? Did you see this horrific moment where Logan nearly broke his neck? Well, if you didn't, we'll show you again. NXT Underground. Natalya versus Rhea for the Women's World Championship tonight. Natty won 6 Guinness World Records, said Taruka. Logan Ricochet next. 2-minute Natalya. SummerSlam is August 5th, said Outlaw Angel. Allegedly, Edge is retiring August 28th in Canada. Orton is rumored to be returning soon. Could Orton be Edge's last match? Question mark. Becky Lynch can beat Rhea, said Elizabeth. Is Drew here tonight? Well, I don't know, actually, because we haven't seen Gunter. We haven't seen the King General, so I think if there's no Gunter, there won't be a Drew. So, I don't know. Never say never. When you mentioned exorcism, I asked why wasn't Priest as Damian Priest not out there? Oh. This is where there's a little bit of lag. Well, not lag, but the conversations are moving on so quickly. Rhea versus Maxine at Mania, said Wrestle with Andy. Days, was the botch and improvisation by Ricochet since they were both stuck on the rope and didn't fall outside from the ladder? I don't think so, to be honest. I think they... I don't know if they were... I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so. I didn't look at it and think that it was them trying to improvise it. I looked at it as them doing a Spanish fly off the ropes through the tables. The problem was Logan could not get his feet right. Like his feet are like all, he's not steady, he's not happy, he's trying desperately to get his feet where he wants. And before he can like really get set, they're off. They're off. Like Ricochet is like, time to go. Well, the thing is that they don't get the rotation. Like, really, you want to over-rotate and be like, you know, hitting your back, taking your back on that. Not kind of being driven like a DDT. So I don't think they were meant to come off the ladder and go straight into the tables. That's the plan. You would think one of them might go through the table, maybe the other one falls short. But that didn't happen, did it? Like, they both fell short. They both fell well short. So, I don't know. I'm thinking, like, maybe the plan was come off the ladder, go to the ropes. Maybe the plan was, and maybe they got really adventurous, come off the ladder, go straight onto the rope, and go straight into a Spanish fly. So perhaps the plan actually was to do the whole thing in one movement. Come off the ladder, bounce off the rope into a Spanish fly. And that bounce would have given them the height they were missing coming off the rope, right? So I think what happens is they come off the ladder, they go onto the ropes. Logan, like they don't bounce straight off it. They actually end up getting caught on the ropes. This is why Ricochet wants to go, because I think the plan was bounce and straight go. So they go to the ropes. Ricochet's thinking, let's go, let's go, let's go. Logan's thinking, I'm not ready. My feet are all not right. And then they go and like, this is where it goes wrong. So if I was a betting man, I would say the spot was come off the ladder, straight onto the rope, straight into a Spanish fly into the table. For the Ricochet Logan spot to work, they both needed to be on the same position at the same time, and Ricochet was 2 seconds ahead. He pulled Logan, changing the balance. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if people picked up on that, because there's some people saying there was some mic issues. Oh, wow. They were fighting backstage, which I never saw this. Money in the Bank post-match, they were fighting, so it's going to be Logan Ricochet in it. SummerSlam. Here's Ricochet. A lot of people thought Logan didn't belong. The kid can hang. Logan. A challenge. But I won't do it on social media. Next week. Meet me in the ring face to face next week. Oh, Ricochet, don't do that. Oh, what you done that for, Ricochet? There's so many people you could challenge. Well, this is Ricochet's fault. Right, here's Rhea. Rippers. They're in a feud with each other. Ricochet. Logan should take Ricochet's girl. Farty said Logan is a lot better than I thought he would be. Samantha, 4th of July. Anyone else in America? New house sounds like a war zone. Okay, Natalya has jumped Rhea. Good for her. So Rhea jumped Natalya before. Now Natalya just getting a little bit of payback. Natalya grabbing Rhea, hurling her into the ring steps. We are so far removed from Total Divas. We are so far away from the Eva Marie, Alicia Fox, Nikki Bella, Brie Bella, JoJo, you know, that kind of era, you know, and Natalya was a part of that era, very much a part of that era. It is starting to feel a little bit like one of those games where you get a legend and you get a current star. Natalya against Rhea Ripley. I know it might not float everyone's boat, but you know, this it's kind of cool, man. Natty won those Guinness records. I think it's like most matches in Raw history, most matches in SmackDown history, most matches by a female at a pay-per-view. Like, some of the records she's got are mental. Some of the records she's got are like real impressive records. Big shot there by Rhea. We are underway with this match. Natalya going face first into the commentary table. So yeah, Natalya really feels like a throwback to a bygone era. She hasn't really done much in the way of like anything too credible for a while now, unfortunately. So this feels like it should be pretty much one-way traffic, but oh man, I'd love it if we was to like build Natalya a bit more. Natalya slapping Rhea Ripley, picking up Rhea. Rhea on her feet, shot to the back. Natty goes down. Rippers. I think, is she bleeding? Is she bleeding? Get up. Against the ropes. Shot to the back by Rhea. Mammy is not happy tonight. Not happy at all. Against the ropes again goes Natalya. And again there's a shot to the lower back by Rhea. If Logan had won Money in the Bank, cashed in on Roman at Mania, what would have been your reaction? Would you have gone into meltdown or rant? Don't know. I mean, I'd be horrified. I know that much. Rhea versus Ricochet, the match we never knew we wanted. Is that what I've put at the bottom? I'm still thinking Ricochet. I'm still horrified that he's called out Logan. Just couldn't leave it alone, could he? Goes for the pin, but Natty kicks out. Natalya is down. There's a few disrespectful pushes to the head by Rhea. Big slap by Rhea as well. Rhea getting around the back of Natalya. Oof. She's in control now, Rhea. Very much in control. Natalya is down. There's not even much for the fans to get behind here because it's really just Rhea destroying Natalya. Natalya trying to throw in a few shots, but that offense is broken down by Rhea. Rhea standing over Natalya. We can probably wrap this up now. Into the corner goes Natty. Rhea hoisting Natalya up. Oof, oof. That's a big overhand right. Bang! The crowd have gone silent. Feels like we're watching a massacre. Whoa. Headbutt by Natty. Natty trying to go up. Looking for crossbody. Lands on Rhea. Rhea goes down. Natty stays down as well, though. She's took too much punishment. There's lots of little black bits in the ring. What are they? What are those black bits? So both women are down at the moment. Crowds are a little subdued for this. Natalya trying to get back up to her feet. She blocks a shot there, fires back. Nice blocks. Very Bret Hart. Very Bret Hart. Blocking the shot and throwing the right hand. Against the ropes goes Rhea. Drop kick. What are those black bits? 2. Shoulder up. A very dirty ring. Oh, WWE, you've got a very dirty ring. Do you remember Natalya's fart gimmick? Yeah, that sucked. That sucked. Probably a broken bracelet, yeah. Could be. Not much to it. I only watch Intoxicated Beats. Shout out to you. Natty will steal the win with a roll up. I think this is for the title, so I don't think she will. Rhea might win with a roll up. Black gel out of Rhea's hair, said Kaz. Probably a broken bracelet. Natalya should retire. Maybe she can fill the Beth void on NXT. It's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. I mean, if she loves wrestling, she's still got something to give, then, you know, there's a place for her. But if the alternative was, do you want to give commentary a go? You know, and she was up for it, she could be great at that, yeah. She could be great. Rhea doesn't really have enough competition to keep her reign going, says WrestleMania. Crowd chanting for Dom's enabler. They definitely don't take this seriously. Imagine Natalya's fart gimmick merged with the Kiss My Ass Club, says Febin. Horrific. Days Sky Blue standout wrestler for this year, said Thomas Flynn. Not for me. I mean, I've only seen a few of the matches on Dynamite, and they haven't really done much for me. So I don't know. I mean, if she's killing it on Rampage and Collision, they are little studs. Oh, just like me. That's right, isn't it, women? Hey, ladies, boys as well. I'm not discriminating. Little studs. That's all of us, isn't it, boys? I don't even know what that pose is. Might not even be one. The days. Let's go. Fighting McSlide said yes. Days, feels like Natalya is someone that doesn't know when it's time. Not that she can't hang, but most of her era have moved on, whilst Natalya just floats around like a cog in a wheel. I think if it's your life, though, it's very difficult. I mean, the thing with wrestling is you can go when you're old. Look at Flair. Look at Jerry Lawler. You just have to keep working slightly different styles, you know, more grounded, maybe slower. She's still got something she can give, but are we going to get back to where we were with Natty? You know, probably not. I think you're right. Her time has sort of been and gone, but I don't know. Look, she still gets to like hang out with her mates backstage. She still gets to travel around the world, certainly around America. And, you know, if she does make it onto a pay-per-view or, say, a tour of Europe or something, she'll get to see different places. This is what she has wanted to do, so I can understand it. I can understand it. I think she's still got something that she can give. It's tricky, though, isn't it? It's tricky. I mean, she's not someone that really excites the fans anymore. You know, not when you've got Bianca and Rhea and, like, all these other women that are coming through. You know, Tiffany Stratton and Cora Jade and Roxanne Perez and Bianca, Asuka, Rhea. It's, you know, Natty is finding herself a little bit stale, outdated. I don't know if we can refresh something, give her a new coat of paint. Shoulder up by Natalya. Crowd getting a bit more into this now. Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom written on Ripper's face. Rhea Ripley with Dirty Dom written on her face. Dirty Dom. Right. Crowd is cheering Rhea, said Zoom Station. Perhaps Natalya wants to be around the locker room and be with friends and upcomers. Yeah, you can understand it. You know, if you've grown up with wrestling like a lot of us have, and you actually get to do the job that you love and have always wanted to do, actually saying, it's time to go now. I mean, like, yeah, yeah, it's hard, yeah. It's hard. Ask Undertaker. Ask Triple H, who just kept having matches until his body couldn't go anymore. Ask Ric Flair. Ask Jerry the King Lawler. Like, yeah, yeah. If you love it and you genuinely love it, it should be hard. But doesn't that just make you love her more? I just love her more. She ain't got to do this. She's made her money. She ain't got to do this. Dedicating this to Dirty Dom. Here we go. Rippers up top. Natty is down. Does she move? Oh, she gets her feet up. Kicks Mommy. Mommy a little bit dazed. The women's world champ in a whole world of... Oh, she just hurled herself at the ring post. Rhea just hurled herself at the ring post. She was trying for Natty. Natty moves out the way. Natty picks up Rhea, plants her down. Looking for the sharpshooter. Looking for the sharpshooter. She's getting it. She's got it. Sharpshooter applied. Sharpshooter applied. Look at the blood in the ring. Rhea is screaming. There's blood in her mouth. Make her humble, Natty. Make her humble. Ah, she got to the ropes. That was pretty sick, though, wasn't it? That was a good moment. It was worth her staying around just for that moment. That was pretty good. That's one of the best moments she's been a part of years. Sharpshooter applied and Rhea screaming, blood in her mouth. Natty going to the outside, Rhea getting back in the ring. Headbutt. Rhea looking for the riptide, and this is going to be the beginning of the end. Picks her up, gets her up, slams her down. 1, 2, 3. Rhea Ripley, well, she was in a fight. She was in a fight. She was in a scrap. Throwing in shots to Natalya. Headbutt by Rhea Ripley. And again. Here's Raquel and Liv coming to chase Rhea away. Eat, sleep, and Raquel against Rhea. Oh my God. Oh my God. Raquel against Rhea. It's going to happen one day and Raquel will win. The Rescuers Down Under sucks. Is that the sequel, The Rescuers Down Under? I love The Rescuers. Eat, sleep, dream. Liv and Raquel. Save. Days, Rhea was 11 when Natalya made her debut. Woo! It is just different eras, innit? Crazy. That was a great match. Not going to lie, said Samantha. Good match right there, said Oration Minds. Can someone tell me if Liv had a fight? She's been out. She's been out. Here's Tommaso. I saw that look in his eye. Miz is a guy that's accomplished everything there is to accomplish. After the last few years, he's had loss after loss after loss. But that spark is back. It's back. And that's a good thing. I want you to listen to me. Bring that same energy. That was good. There's the Miz. I am the unbeatable Royal Flush. The last person to call me a coward is gone. I'm feeling better than I've ever felt before, said The Miz. Oh. I want the best version of you because you will get the best of version of me. So he said no DQ match. I don't know if that's next week. We haven't had a graphic. We tend to get like a spew of graphics at the end of the show. So I'm guessing, we've only got 43 minutes to go. And we should get some information there and then. LB said, I really thought Natty was about to tap Rhea out, said no one ever. Ciampa said, ruthless aggression, says Robert. Research with Thomas Flynn said, should Miz be the man to overthrow Gunther's reign? No, I would go Sheamus personally. Miz does need a win, says Kervin. Miz needs another push, said Research with Thomas Flynn. I would volunteer to team with Cody against Brock and Rhea, said Elizabeth. I'd love to see it. I would love to see it. Good promos, said Zoom Station. Darian, shout out to you. The miserable man, says Kaz. I can't stand the Miz. Awesome emotion from Miz, said Oration Minds. This show is moving so slow, said Tim. I think it's because we've had a few segments tonight that are maybe not heart racing. I feel like Alpha Academy against Viking Raiders is a bit fillery. A bit fillery. Nakamura against Damian Priest feels like it was about a year ago, but it was the match that opened the show after the promos. So, yeah, I don't disagree. It has felt a little slower. It's felt a little slower. We're seeing some real rejection from the crowd to some of the diva-ear wrestlers like Dana and Natalya. Seems a bit weird. Respect your veterans. I want Orton to come back, said Hannah. Give Miz more mic time. Just air his frustrations with booking, says Thomas Flynn. I don't have to work tomorrow, so I got to see what the post-Raw coverage is, says Stone. Miz deserves the IC title record. Sheamus is on the wrong show, says Paulie. TBH791 said, what's with Paul Heyman still carrying Roman's old titles? Weren't those belts unified? They were, but I just think that they want Roman to seem bigger, feel bigger. What with carrying 3 belts, it just looks better to the casuals. In regard to that Sheamus situation, I honestly don't see that as a barrier. I think that I don't think that Gunther's going to lose that IC title until September, because that's when he breaks Honky Tonk Man's records. And honestly, end of the year, we could easily see a few trades. We could see a bit of a superstar shake-up, swap a few people around. Plus also, I mean, WWE is never one to really stick with like a brand split too strictly. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. I don't see that as being like a massive barrier. But and as I said, I don't see Gunther losing it before he breaks that record, and that record is broken at some point in September. Trent said Miz took a shot at Daniel Bryan. He said the last person that called me a coward is gone. Give Miz a fresh theme song, said Thomas Flynn. I still can't believe that Honky Tonk Man has that record. Yeah, it is amazing, isn't it? Trish needs to stop saying that she wasn't the best during the early 2000s. Melina, Victoria, Jazz, Beth, Mickey James. She was lucky to be Vince's favorite, said Jessica. I think she's doing it to try and like generate heat, to be honest. Highlights of Bloodline Civil War at Money in the Bank have been viewed more than 40 million times across WWE's social media platforms. 40 million views for Bloodline Civil War across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. We're just seeing some clips now. But Days, would you ever accept a job as a booker or a commentator for a promotion? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. It would depend on the promotion. It would depend on the pay. It would depend on if I was allowed to still do the channel. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to do the watch-alongs. And that would be a real shame, of course. But I don't know. I mean, like, if WWE came in and said, you want to work in the creative department, here's a contract for, say, 5 years or something, I mean, and here's a good pay. I mean, that's, you know, you're going to struggle to not turn that down, aren't you? I mean, that at this stage in my life, that's probably as good as it gets, in it, because I ain't competing in the ring. Because I'm a boomer. I'm a boomer. And a ratchet. But, you know, I mean, if someone came in and said, like, do you want to work in the creative? But, like, if the local indie promotion down the road came in and went, do you want to work in the creative? Here's £5 a month. I'd be like, To be honest, I don't have loads of spare time. And any spare time I do have tends to go into this channel anyway, so that probably would be less tempting. WWE should let Day stream a watch-along live at the show. Let's go. Yeah, that would be fun if I was a booker, because I'd just come on here, I'd be like, guys, what should we do? Guys, give me your ideas. Like this. I will credit you when I go into the meetings, but what do you want to do with Rhea? Oh, yeah, I like that. What do you want to do with Bianca? Okay. Roman, lose the belts now? Yeah, okay. You want LA Night push, yeah? Okay. Write it down. We'd just do that. Right, we're still looking at highlights. How would you book Logan Paul? Oh, I'd book him on a flight to, I don't know, Hawaii. That's how I'd book him. I'd book him on a flight to Hawaii, mate. One way. I'm going to be on Raw Monday, said AB Jobson. Have a great time. We are on the road to SummerSlam, so... I watched the clips on social media, says Corey. Yeah, he wasn't there, was he, Corey? It was Wade, and I'm guessing he wanted to be home with Carmella because she's... which is understandable. Tribal Court, the trial of Tribal Chief Roman Reigns, live this Friday. He was in a match with Gunter, of course, fell short. That means we should get Imperium. This means that we may get Drew here. James said, did you ever hear of Paige's family show? Always meant to ask. Yeah. They, I think they're a pretty big deal in Norwich. I don't think they're a big deal around the country. I think they're just like a regional, like Norwich area. I don't think I've ever seen them like going around the country. Maybe they have. If they have, it's never really made much of a buzz. But in Norwich, I think they've got like, I think they're known. I think they've got good support. Eagles. Matt Riddle taking on Giovanni Vinci. So Riddle against Giovanni Vinci. Yeah, I've never seen their promotion. I've never been over to Norwich to go and see it. But I believe it's fairly big in the in that area. So we got fireworks going off. We got eagles flying. Eagles. 4th of July. Days, do you think Adam Cole made the wrong choice leaving for AEW, especially since Triple H is in charge now? Would have pushed him to the moon. I think so, Febim. I think so. I think that you know, to go to AEW, but the thing is, sometimes we do things for our heart rather than our head. And I think his heart said, go and be with Britt. Not Paige. Not that Britt. Britt Baker. So, you know, she might have been a reason as to why, you know, he wants to spend more time with her. Maybe they don't spend a lot of time together. What with, you know, her working in AEW, him working in NXT at the time. I mean, I would think it wasn't too bad, but had he have gone to Raw, much worse, wouldn't it? Much worse. I mean, chances are he would have just been to England. Now he'd be in Baltimore. So, you know, if he goes to AEW, he can wrestle, get paid well, be used well. I'm sure Tony was promising him everything. Plus, also, if he goes to AEW, he gets one of them big, juicy Tony hugs. We all want one of those. You could be feeling really low, really down. The energy, the battery might be flat, but you just go up to Papa Khan. Go up to Papa Khan, like that, and I bet he just goes, bring it in. I bet he doesn't even do that, actually. I bet he doesn't even say anything fun like that. I bet you're just eating dinner in catering or something, just like chatting about it. And before you know it, there's just someone that's like this on you. Tony, yeah, give me a sec. I'm just finishing. Good man, hug away. I can finish this in a minute. It's all right. So, yeah, I mean, you do get those. You're not going to get that from Triple H. So, do you know what I mean? Lots of hugs on tap and being with Britt Baker. But, yeah, I think he would have been used well in WWE. I think Vince liked him. There's a misconception that Vince didn't like him, but Vince had a conversation trying to keep him. So, and Triple H loved him, so he'll be all right in AEW. He'll be all right. I picked Ozzy Osbourne. I don't want to stop as my entrance theme, said Elizabeth. Days book Logan to be future endeavored boulevards. Lol. Right, here's Mummy. Mummy. EO. EO holding up that's Money in the Bank. Try me. It'll be the biggest mistake of your life. So EO holds up that briefcase, walks away. Here's Dom. Dirty Dom. If Liv and Raquel get in my business again, they will regret it. Dirty Dom. James, shout out to you. Said his hugs are like Randy Orton's RKOs. They're out of nowhere. That's the one. You know what? If he was a wrestler, bear hug out of nowhere would be Tony's finisher, wouldn't it? Bear hug out of nowhere. You'd be like dazed or something after something's just happened, and then got you. And as soon as he's got you, his vice-like grip, he ain't gonna let go. Here we go. Ludwig Kaiser. God, she's got so much to remember now. She is making life harder for herself. Giovanni Vinci versus Riddle. Shane O'Mac will miss Lake Forest Mall. I'd like to see LA Knight get better storylines. I enjoy seeing his character could carry him far, I believe, says Paulie. I would quit if Tony Khan tried to hug me. Oh my God. I would support AEW so much more. I mean, I would buy the figures, the merch, the t-shirts. I would start watching Collision. I'd start watching Rampage. I'd go back and watch all the Darks, the Elevations. I'd watch all the Being the Elites. If Tony Khan would just give you one agonizingly long hug, James. If Tony is watching this, if we can arrange this somehow, maybe it could be the main event of the Wembley show. So we do like a Mega Okada. And we do CM Punk against MJF. And then the main event is Tony Khan comes to the ring. He calls out James Chadwick. James Chadwick then reluctantly, in my mind, is crying as he's like making his way down to the ring. Maybe being dragged. Maybe William Hensey is like shepherding him to the ring. And James is like just crying. He's trying to wipe the tears away. As Tony's in the ring like... Honestly, I can't think of anything I would enjoy more. I can't think of a single... I would take that over England winning the World Cup. If you was like, do you want James Chadwick to be hugged in Wembley and the main event as he like tears rolls down his face, or do you want to see England win the World Cup? There's only one thing I'm voting for. Riddle has picked up the squash win. Here's Drew. I think we're a bit tight for time, aren't we? We've only got 25 minutes. So these two really didn't get a chance to do a great deal. Here comes Drew. Big boot. Drew getting in the ring and getting Giovanni Vinci. Looks like Kaiser's kick missed by a mile. Gunther is not a happy boy. Drew looking for the Claymore. Charging over, connects. Gunther and Drew are face to face. It's your move. That'll be a good match, man. That'll be a real good match. The match I wanted at WrestleMania was them two one-on-one. Where's the green shirt family gone? They've gone? Oh my God, were they ever there? Did I fever dream them? So Riddle wins. Riddle attacked. Drew saves. Caparowan, shout out to you, said Mammy was bleeding and Dom didn't ask if she was okay. Oh, he knows that she's okay. He knows that Mammy loves that. Isn't Drew McIntyre on SmackDown, said Scottish Nightmare. Oh, I don't know. I don't know where he got shifted and drafted and whatever. We haven't seen him since WrestleMania. So I can't remember where he was in the draft. Again, does WWE care? Money in the Bank UK, best ever since SummerSlam 92, said Mr. Quake. Raw sucks nowadays. I'm not going to say suck, but days, it might just be me. But the 2019 Raws and SmackDowns before COVID were good, says Jaden. Drew got drafted to Raw, says James. Drew is the Hangman Page of WWE. This is lame. Drew goes for a mid-card title as a face. Heel Drew against Seth would have been better, says Greggy. Would have been better. I agree. That's the direction I thought they were going to go in. But I was still very excited for Drew and Gunther. And then we ended up getting the triple threat, which in all truth turned out to still be amazing. But it's very hard for me to be down on Drew versus Gunther as a one-on-one match. Like, I can't bring myself to be down on that because I think that match is going to be amazing. So as much as a heel Drew against Seth would be amazing, I think a face Drew against Gunther will be amazing as well. Right, main event time. Main event time. It's going to be Seth versus Dirty Dominic. He's got his ammo straps or whatever they're called. The Samoan Dynasty. Most Wanted Treasures, the Samoan Dynasty. WWE Superstar Sunday. It's amazing to think, isn't it, how we had the Head Shrinkers and Yokozuna, and I was watching them in '93. Didn't know they were related. I don't know. I didn't even think Yokozuna wasn't Japanese. I got told he was Japanese, and as a kid, you go, "Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's Japanese." So yeah, just bought it. I mean, I suppose the thing is that, you know, you don't have to look a certain way, do you, to be from a place. Like, your family could have gone there, and you know, you still could have been born there. But as a kid, I never thought about it. They told me he was Japanese, told me he was a sumo. Completely believed it all. But yeah, I mean, it's just funny how, like, you know, you got Yokozuna, you had Rikishi, Samu Fatu, the Head Shrinkers. Afa was their manager as well. And it's funny now that we're sat here and, you know, we're talking about Roman, we're talking about Usos. It's the same family. The Anoa'i family is just... I tell you what, if AEW needs anything, they need the Anoa'i family. That's what they need. If they can get the next generation of Anoa'i kids and, you know, get in there, who knows? They could have the next Roman Reigns. They could have the next Rock. They could have that family is special, man. Yokozuna, Rikishi, Head Shrinkers, Wild Samoans, Roman Reigns, the Usos, Tamina, Rousey, of course, Umaga, of course. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. All out of the same family. If I'm Tony Khan, do you know what I mean? Making a few phone calls. Coco Beware basically said on JVD's Dark Side, the reason he was a jobber was because black people weren't pushed in WWE, says Mr. Cardinal. Lone Star Friend said Umaga's son debuts this month. That is a huge list, said Intoxicated Beats. Stone said wrestling has always been strange like that. People are from wherever they say they are and are related to whoever they say they're related to. That, yeah, it's true. It's just funny to think that he was just a fat Samoan. He wasn't a fat Japanese man. He was a fat Samoan. He was part of that family. And then you look at it and you go, yeah, of course he was. You look at him now and you go, yeah, he even looks Samoan. Loved him, though. Love Yokozuna. I think Yokozuna was, to my generation, what Andre was to the previous generation. He was that person that came out and you went, whoa, 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 you know? Whoa. I suppose this generation, it would be Omos. Byron comes in. There's Drew and Riddle. You've made your presence felt. Drew McIntyre is back. Team up. Someone did say take your top off. Did someone shout, take your top off? Someone did shout something. So I think they did shout, take your top off. So, it was a little bit crackly, but you could sort of make some out. Becky and Zoe next week. Becky and Zoe. Feel like there's going to be so much for the recap video. It's going to take me forever. It's not like there's been loads that's gone down, but there has just been loads that's happened. Loads of little comments, loads of little things. Logan face to face. We've also got Miz and Ciampa next week. No DQ. Here's Seth. Burn it down. Isn't a Jimmy a condom, said Justin. Don't think so. I've never heard it referred to as that. Isn't Jimmy's a sandwich shop? Maybe Finn attacks Roland, said Jamie. Randy should be back by SummerSlam, said William. Start of a beautiful friendship, said Erasure Minds. Oh. Whoa. Burn it down. A condom is a Johnny, said Ian. Alexa said, what did the fan yell? I think it was take your top off or something like that. I had it turned up, but I mean, it wasn't clear because it was sort of coming. We were backstage, so the sound was kind of coming through a microphone. And I think what they've done is they've put a microphone in the crowd to get the kind of live crowd reaction. As, like, you know, Drew says, I'm back, and the crowd go, yeah. But it just happened to be that someone fairly close to the microphone, I think, did shout, take your top off! Right, the crowd are singing away. Jimmy's famous seafood. Oh, that's it. That's it, you're right. Catsan said Jimmy's favorite famous seafood is a seafood restaurant in Maryland. They have a bunch of locations. Dom, you suck chance. Okay, we've got 13 minutes to go. 13 minutes to go. Days, take your top off. Couldn't make it would make too many people jealous. And then all of a sudden I'll start getting hates. Dirty Dom is going to pin Seth, says Outlaw Angel. Matt Cardona returns WWE next week, said Boomers. Grand Sumo Champion, that looked like Yokozuna. Kano? Don't know them. Although I don't really know Sumo. No one will ever beat Andre, past and present. Hashtag one of a kind. Who do you think Randy will come after if he returns? I think if someone is going after Riddle, because honestly, we just don't know what to do with Riddle. So I think Riddle against Riddle and Randy as RK Bro again would probably make sense. Do you think we'll get Drew and Riddle sing along after SummerSlam? I hope so, John. I hope so. Don't make us jealous, says Tahil. Well, don't worry, I'm not going to. I'm not going to do it. Dominic gets dumped to the outsides. Dominic up and over to the outsides. Bobby versus Roman. Days takes his top off. The stream will fail from sexy overload, says Trini. Trini, please don't say that. What with you having a husband and now a potential second husband? Can't go making all these husbands jealous as well. Could get very messy in the chat. Mike said, don't make my sister scream, Days, says Mike. Already have. It's low-hanging fruit, isn't it? I mean, honestly, it's just... I'm starting to think those kind of jokes just aren't even worth it anymore. What do you think will be next for Roman? Jey Uso. Big Time Baxter said, Days, is it me or does it feel like Vince has injected some sports entertainment back into Raw with some comedy, heavy promos, quick matches? Do you prefer it over match after match and nothing happens? I don't know that this is Vince. I don't know that this is Vince. I don't know what his influence has been. I think that comedy has a place in WWE, whether it's Vince booking or Triple H booking. So I honestly can't say that this is something that's Vince or what's not Vince. I ain't falling for that trap. Because I don't know what he is. And I've made this point before. Like, things have come out. People have suggested things were Vince, and then it turns out they're not Vince. So I think, you know, it would be nothing but speculation. I hope they don't do the "you don't call me while I was injured" thing with Orton and Riddle, says Outlaw Angel. Well, it depends if you want him to be a heel or a face. If you're going to have Orton be a heel and you want him to turn on Riddle, you could go with that as a reason. If you want him to be a face, then obviously you're not going to do that. Anyone see where Becky broke Trish's nose, says Mr. Cardinal. I don't think it is broke, to be honest, because Triple H said after Money in the Bank there was no injuries other than someone twisted their ankle head into the back. There was a little mark on her nose at Money in the Bank during the ladder match. So it's very hard to know if they're just playing that up or if it is actually they've looked into it and there is like a proper injury there. But she did mark her nose up. She did get an injury during Money in the Bank. I'm sure the dirt sheets will have more information as to whether it's legit or not. But as I said, just going off what Triple H said, he seemed to suggest that there was no injuries. Drew and Riddle versus 2 of Imperium in a sandwich shop at SummerSlam. Let's go. I really watched the women's ladder match. Trish had a bad mark on her nose. Big Time Baxter said Days SmackDown did 2.5 million this past week. A little surprised because the show wasn't all that crazy. No, but you don't know that until you've watched it, do you? I mean, the fact this was in London and it was a couple of championship matches and Logan was on Grayson Waller and Roman was back as well. I mean, it was pretty stacked in regards to things that were on the show. Seth is climbing up. We got 8 minutes left of the show. Looking for a splash by Seth. Dominic going to the outside. Sandwich shop match hosted by Sub. Oh, Dominic with a lovely splash. That was nice. Stomps coming in by Dominic. Dustin's contract is up this month. Do you think WWE will sign him, even though he said he's retiring? I think they should sign him. Because whatever it's going to cost to get him, and I don't think it's going to be that much. He needs to be there when Cody completes the story. You have got to have Dustin in the ring if you can make it happen. Plus, you know, he's had such a career. Are you telling me that we can't just get like a retirement match out of him? Are you telling me he couldn't bring Goldust back for one last match and retire in WWE? And also give, like, you know, that moment to Cody of being there with him when he wins. And who knows? I mean, WWE might even want to give him a few matches as Dustin. I don't know. There's definite money to be made. Definite money to be made by bringing Dustin back in. Kicks coming in there by, you could even do tag team. Cody and Dustin as a tag team for a bit. That'd be pretty sick. He might not want to be Goldust, but it doesn't matter. Just, even if he's Dustin Rhodes, you know. The kids love Cody. Imagine if Cody's real life brother comes in. Who just happened to be a bit of a wrestling legend himself. Backbreaker. Knee strike there by Seth. 6 minutes. Dustin is 80 years old, says Tim. Days, I've come to the realization last week I'm willing to skip Dynamite if there's no stream. I find the show more digestible to watch. Yeah. I mean, we didn't do Dynamite last week because I was in London, and it's gonna. I mean, it'll sound bad, but I didn't miss it. I didn't miss it. Suicide Dive. Feel like it's so annoying because I feel like Collision is the show that I would watch. I feel like everything I keep hearing about Collision is that it's great. It's what we thought AEW was going to be at the start. Like, it's proper sports based. It's got no silliness. Really good commentary team. Some storylines, and I'm hearing really good stuff about Collision. Damian Priest gets in, plants Seth. Okay, so Damian interferes. It's going to be a DQ win for Seth. He could cash in right now. To the outside goes Seth. Damian Priest going out after Seth. Into the ring steps goes Seth. Damian Priest walloping away. So Priest interferes. DQ win for Seth. Into the barricade goes Seth. So he's just pounding away at a moment. He's absolutely destroying Seth. Picks him up, plants him on the commentary table. Straps are coming down. He's pretty ripped, isn't he? Damian Priest. He looks great. Commentary table is getting stripped. He's going to look to plant him through the commentary table. Picking him up. Razor's edge. No, Seth manages to survive. Looks for a super kick. Super kick. Seth grabbing Priest. And Dominic wallops him from behind with the briefcase. Into the ring steps. Numbers are very much against Dom, you suck. He's saying, here's your briefcase. Go cash in. Go do your thing. You've got this. He's thinking about it. Dominic says, go cash in. Priest is climbing up. Balor attacks Seth. Balor attacks Seth. So Damian was thinking of cashing in. Here's Damian. Damian's having to go at Finn now. He's getting away. He plants Dominic. Dominic gets planted. Pedigree to Dominic. So Priest went to cash in. Balor attacked. That meant that Balor and Priest started arguing, and Seth escapes. There will be no cash in tonight. And Judgment Day are in a mess. If it wasn't for you, I would be champion right now, says Balor. Don't make this about you. This is about Judgment Day. If it wasn't for you, I'd be champion right now. WWE is destroying all the factions, said Justin. Crack of Judgment Day, said Sakilla. Judgment Day Civil War. Crowd are singing away as the little graphic pops up at the bottom of the screen. Look at Rhea just holding on to Dominic. Those two are arguing as Rhea and Dominic. Rhea clinging on to Dirty Dom. And they've just said that Sonya and Chelsea are going to be on Raw Talk. And normally they're pretty funny on Raw Talk. So Raw Talk, definitely worth checking that clip out. Imperium are going to be on there as well. I didn't catch who the other people were, but Imperium and Chelsea and Sonya are going to be on Raw Talk. Ooh, I do love Rhea clinging on to Dominic. It was Tommaso Ciampa who was the other person. Ah, her little dirty dom-dom. Right, let's get... we'll stick around for a few moments. Let's get some scores. This didn't feel quite as epic as Money in the Bank, but still fine. Still definitely got some from it. And as I said, plenty to put in that little recap thing. I've said before as well, I've stopped doing them as like the shorts on YouTube. They're still only a minute long, but I do them more as videos now. I just think that with the thumbnails and everything, it just looks better. Right, scores. Get your scores in. Outlaw Angel said Ciampa was the other one. Thank you. Well, that wasn't a bad finish. We've seen worse, says Kaz. Happy belated Canada Day. Trini, shout out to you. Giving it a 6.75. Wan said, is it me or the factions for some reason like a year only? Yeah, I mean... Damage control, we've got a bit of a problem because Dakota obviously is out injured, so it only leaves Io, and I mean, if anything, that's a tag team right now. Bloodline, I think, was always going this way. I don't think that this is anything. Judgment Day splitting up is interesting. This didn't have to happen, but to be honest, I don't mind it happening because Finn Balor, there's been big rumors that they've got something big planned for him. And who knows, that might be that he needs to leave Judgment Day in order to really fulfill what they've got planned for him. I don't know. I'm interested. Let's see. Let's see where it goes. People putting in their scores. John said 7.3. It was uneven, but the ending was good, if a little predictable. Remember when Edge was part of Judgment Day? Yeah, it was Edge that started it, wasn't it? Paulie said 5. 725 said Oration Minds. I thought hour 1 was strong. Some of the stuff in hour 2 was filled. Hour 3 picked up slightly. That's why he sung it as soon as we saw the cracks. 1987, big fan. Shout out to you. Says 7 out of 10. They didn't make reference to co-women's Money in the Bank winners. Well, to be honest, I mean, we were talking about this on the Money in the Bank, at the end of Money in the Bank. I think that I just got it a little bit wrong because I think it was a bit confusing, to be honest. If you didn't see the press conference, EO said that this had been won by both of them and said that this was for damage control and that they were both winners. And just as she said that, WWE put a graphic on screen that said Money in the Bank 2023 winner, Io Sky and Bayley. So after what had just been said and then the graphic, you could look at that, and I did look at that and go, hang on, so now they're both the winners. They're both the winners. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought, well, I think that was actually just Io saying, no, everything's fine. We're both winners. Not that she actually meant it, but no, we're all, we're all friends. We're both winners. And I think that graphic was Money in the Bank winner, Io Sky and Bayley. I don't think it was a way of them confirming it, So it's one of those where I think you could take it a couple of different ways, So I think it is still just EO. But I would understand if people watched that press conference and got a little confused by it. I was ready to do a video on it. I took some screenshots and I was like, man, if this is what I think this is big. Because now Bayley could cash in. And that's why I wanted to make sure I was 100% on it. And then I sort of thought about it and I thought, no, I don't think that's what they're saying. Dynamite for me is a fine show, but with long matches, big name versus undercard open challenges, it's a bit boring. I got into it thanks to the streams. Big time shout out to you dudes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really ever think about it. I just, we're just in the habit of tuning into it. But I mean, it's I don't know. There's only been a few times where I've really come away enjoying it, and I think part of the problem is my fault. I think that I am, with WWE, I'm all in, right? I'm watching NXT, I'm watching SmackDown, I'm, doing little videos about things that happened. With AEW, the only thing I do is watch Dynamite. So other than the 2 hours that they get my attention, they don't really get my attention any other time. So they've got to work pretty hard in them 2 hours to really grab me. And I think the shows I think there's a few times the shows have done that. But the majority of time, the shows have just sort of plodded along. It would be a little bit like trying to appreciate like WWE, but only watching Raw, and the Raws be so-so, Occasionally you might get a great Raw, but think about like 2021 Raw, for example. We weren't quite in Thunderdome. We had a bit of Thunderdome, but we were just coming out of it then. Some of those weren't great either. We hadn't really got back up and running yet. It took a little while to shake the cobwebs off. I sort of feel a little bit like that. I'm quite happy to hold my hands up and say I think I am a bit to blame for the fact that I'm not passionately in love with AEW. I can see why people are. I can see why people enjoy it. I spoke to a load of people at Wrestling Shop that were excited for the Wembley show. Oh, mad story. I told this on the Wrestling Shop live stream, but I appreciate it was buried in there. You might not have seen it. But I went out drinking with Miss Clown. True story. Went drinking for about 4 hours. It was awesome. Had a great time. Just chatting about everything. I mean, honestly, if that pub had been open another 5 hours, we would have stayed another 5 hours, I'm sure. But it was kicking out time. That's the only reason we left. Final orders kind of a thing. So anyway, great night. Thanked him. Off we went, and I went back to my hotel, and I got off the underground train, and I was wearing an NWO jacket. And this guy that was working the tickets, he was like, "Oh, I don't see many NWO stuff." He's like, "Are you into AEW as well?" And I was like, "Yeah, I watch AEW." And he's like, "Oh, I'm loving it. I love Forbidden Door," I thought. And he was so excited. This guy was so excited. And I went, "Are you going to the Wembley thing?" He was like, "Yeah, man, I can't wait. It's going to be so good. I mean, Punk's going to be there, of course, but I wonder if there'll be some new." And he was just going, man. He was just off, and he was so into it. He was so passionate. It was lovely. It was a pleasure talking to him, actually. Really nice talking to him. I mean, it's very rare for me to, outside of like, well, I never do speak about wrestling. I don't really have any friends that are into wrestling, like that I would go to the pub with or anything. None of my family are into wrestling. They don't hate it, but they would never choose to sit down and watch it. So other than like the people I spoke to at Wrestling Shop Live, which was amazing, I don't really ever talk about it. So to have this guy working on the London Underground, and it was about 11:45 at night, no one else around, and for him to just be so passionate about AEW, I was like, wow, man. Wow. I mean, they are doing some things right. He was proper hooked, for example. So yeah, but I just don't. It just hasn't got me that way, you know. So, but as I said, I think I'd really enjoy Dynamite. I think I'd really enjoy Collision. I think Collision is the show I'm meant to watch. But we'll see. We'll tune in again on Wednesday. See where we get to. Who knows? Like they might be doing some stuff on Collision that works well, that then might bleed into Dynamite. So. Days, remember the commercial for last year's Money in the Bank with Cody saying the viewer got a shot at Mania? What do you think would have happened that year if he wasn't injured? I do remember that. And wasn't he inside the stadium in Las Vegas when he said that? I mean, I think that it would have been the same. I don't think they would have changed the prize, because I think that would have been a bit too obvious, you know? I think him saying that, I read it as that was an option for him. I mean, it is true, isn't it? Because like even Damian Priest, he can wait. If he wants to, he can just leave that briefcase at home. Leave the briefcase at home. Don't carry it around. Just leave it at home. And I'll cash it in at Mania. That's it. I'll cash it in at Mania, or I'll let them know before Mania that I'm cashing it in and I want my match at Mania. That is an option. So I don't know that it was a comment made that we were changing the prize, because technically that can be the prize. You can use Money in the Bank that way. You could cash it in and say, I want this match at Mania. And you would then get the match at Mania. Or you could cash it in like Seth did at Mania during a match. So Cody wasn't lying, wasn't changing the prize. If anything, he was just being super specific about what he would do if he won. So would they have changed it? I think it'd be a great question to ask as to, would that have been the prize? Would the prize have changed? I think it would be a bad thing to change the prize, because if the prize had changed and it was if you win Money in the Bank, you get a shot at WrestleMania and Cody's in it, you might as well just say, well, Cody's winning this. I mean, do you know what I mean? Like Cody's winning it. Like it would have really took some of the mystery away from the match. Plus also there's absolutely no need to advertise it that way, because that is part of the prize anyway. But part of the prize is that you could cash it in any time in that 12-month period. So don't know. It's a difficult one. I'd like to think that it was just him being a bit specific about what he would do if he won. But maybe there were some intentions to slightly tweak the prize. Right. Let's go and end the poll, and we're going to look to wrap this up. Colton said, thank you. You are the reason I got into NXT. I look forward to it every Tuesday. I love NXT. I absolutely loved last week's show. Baron Corbin against Carmella Hayes was so good. And this week we've got NXT Underground, which I think is going to be really exciting. We've got Gable Steveson. Going to see what the next step is for Corbin. There's a few things to get excited about at the moment with NXT. I think it's in a really great place. If you're not watching NXT, I really would urge that you just give it a go, because if you watch it and don't like it, cool. But I think there's a chance you could watch it and go, do you know what? Yeah, that's all right. Or, oh, wow, I really like that. Last week I thought was great. Ledger Killer, shout out to you. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream, buds. 7 to 775, 39%. 8 to 10, 31%. 6 to 675, 22%. 575 or below, 6%. So there we go. Just shy of 200 votes, but a good little sample size. Gives us an idea. Quite spread scores, but no disasters. Only 6% said 5, 7, 5 or below. But a real mixture between the 7s, the 8s, the 6s. What's the longest you stay? Great stream. Lovely. You were not paying attention to the live at Wrestling Shop. But that was understandable. Yeah. The Wrestling Shop live ones were just sort of there to give you a glimpse as to what was going on. It was never really going to be me sitting down talking to people in the chat. It was just a case for you to pop on, get a glimpse, get a bit of a feel. I wanted you to be able to see D'Lo meeting people. Maybe we could grab some time with Bill. Maybe we could speak to the owner of Wrestling Shop. Maybe there'd be some fans that want to jump on and say hello. Maybe there'd be some community members that could say hello. Maybe you could see or overhear some of the conversations. So that was the reason for it. And actually, we managed to fit all of that in, or everything I just said we did. There's a little chat with D'Lo in there. There's a chat with Bill in there. There's community members that jumped on. There's the interview with Rich from Wrestling Shop, who owns Wrestling Shop, the guy that actually owns and runs Wrestling Shop, the guy that was responsible for putting Wrestling Shop live on. He came on a few times. So it's just crazy, isn't it, when you think about it? When you think about we had the opportunity to go to London and, be a part of that, it's not lost on me how special that is. It's not lost on me and how, awesome that was. I mean, it was amazing. I had a fantastic time. It was so great meeting. I've said before, I didn't meet a single person that was off or that I came away from thinking, oh man, I didn't like that. There was not a single person. And I would happily tell you if there was. If there was, I would tell you. I wouldn't say names. But I'd be like, yeah, there was this one person, blah, 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 blah. But there genuinely wasn't. Everyone was amazing. D'Lo was amazing. Bill was amazing, as always, of course. It's just great. And hopefully they do it again next year. And hopefully we can get even more people down. Maybe some people that didn't go this time go next time. Maybe some people that went this time go again next time. I will definitely do the streams again. That was such a success. Such a success. In the sense of, I had no idea how many people would bother checking in, tuning in, but there always seemed to be a good amount of people on there. And to be honest, if it wasn't for the lag, which kept hitting quite regular, I think we could have really got a good chunk of people sticking around. There was people telling me they'd watched it all day. They just had it on in the background. And they'd just been watching all day, which, is crazy. But at least that kind of tells me that there was some interesting things that people were enjoying watching, And I think it's one of them, innit? Just getting a feel for the event, certainly if you're, in America or whatever and you're nowhere near it, just means you get a bit of a glimpse, a bit of a taste. What I want to do is actually pull some of those key moments out. Could put some, I don't know whether to put them on the channel, put them on the second channel, put them in the members area. I really don't know where to put them, but I think there's some really great moments on those streams. And I think I can pull them out, maybe clean them up a little bit. And we can do, we can put them somewhere because there were so many great moments that no one wants to sit through a 10-hour stream to try and find them or an 8-hour stream to try and find them. So, I don't know. Well, something to have a think about, something to have a look at. Days, what would you score it? 7.25, 7.5. I'd probably be in the 6s. I think this was fine. I think Brock was good. Main event was a bit flat. I suppose you had the threat of Priest maybe cashing in, but I never thought he would. I thought Rhea Natalya actually turned into a good match. There was fun little moments kind of dotted all throughout. So it was, I talk a lot about how, people are, you're always in the 7s. But I feel like the shows are just largely the same all the time. They're never I'm not talking about Money in the Bank. I'm talking about Raws. You know, you don't really get anything that seismic. I feel like you get more seismic things on SmackDown with the Bloodline. And like, you know, Jimmy super kicking Roman or whatever. You don't really get anything that big here. This just felt like an episode. This felt like a pretty standard episode of Raw, to be honest. There is no reason why we can't do this kind of a Raw every week, because there wasn't really anything that massive here, apart from Brock at the start. I think Brock at the start was the beast is here type moment, you know. But then you like Maxine doing the worm. I like watching Caden and Katana, so they're always pretty fun. I don't know. There's just little bits started around, so I'd probably be in the 6s, 6, 7, 5, something like that. It was all right. It was all right. I wasn't bored. I was entertained. There was nothing that was a disaster. It's all right. We move on, and we'll see what NXT has got for us tomorrow. Are they doing Wrestling Shop Live? If they do it for All In, says Bembo. I haven't heard. I mean, first of all, I'd need to know. It's not for me to choose, is it? So first of all, they would need to decide whether they think there's a market for it. They've certainly got the figures. I suppose it's a bit of an unknown, isn't it? Because it's AEW and just don't really know. It's a bit harder to tell. I mean, you know, you've got a Wembley full of people. But again, it's Wembley. It's a little bit outside of London. I don't know necessarily that you would come into London to go back out to Wembley. You might just go directly to Wembley. So I don't know. You'd have to think about where would you do it? Where would you actually do a wrestling shop round by Wembley? Because the great thing is in London, there's loads of places in central London. But I mean, they WWE were at the O2. Wrestling Shop wasn't at the O2. It was in central London. But the great thing about the O2 is it's just a very short underground ride away. I mean, it's really no problem. Wembley is a bit further. It's a bit further, Wembley. It's not as close. So I think that's something they're going to have to weigh up. And then, to be honest, if you think AEW, you probably don't think this channel. Obviously, I've got a great relationship with them, but I wouldn't be offended if they turned around to someone else and brought someone else in instead that was just doing nothing but AEW content. Like, I would understand that. I think I've got a good enough relationship with them where they might just give me a bit of a courtesy email. Just go, look, just so you know, we're thinking of doing to blah blah blah, but we might go with such instead because they do nothing but AEW. I'd be like, get it. I would totally get it. I really would. There would be no beef on my part there because I've just done Wrestling Shop Live, and I know that they. He was really grateful. He was like, oh, so good. You know, he loved it. He loved the streams. I'm really grateful that as many people came out. 'Cause, you know, if I'd just sat there, been twiddling my thumbs, it might not be a good look. But a load of people came down, which is great. So I know that there's no problems. I know that if there's going to be another wrestling shop for WWE, I'd like to think that, I mean, I've done 4 of them now. So I must be doing, something must be going all right for us to do 4. But yeah, I honestly, I don't know. I don't know. There's many rivers to cross before we know any answers on that. Right, we're going. We're done. I'm going to wrap this up. Otherwise, I'll never get out of here. And I need to do that recap thing, and I need to let the dog out as well. So it does take a little while to do this recap video, to be honest. I mean, I've got just over 4 pages of notes. Not only that, but I have to get all of the pictures together. I always like to try and put in those little extra, did you notice that? Did you see this? This was funny, blah, blah, blah. So not only is it a case of doing the voiceover, but getting it down to a minute, doing the voiceover, putting the pictures in, editing it so you've got the pictures moving, it's all looking nice. But then I have to put the extra facts in on top as well. I mean, it takes hours. So, it'll hit the channel at some point, but I think in the past I used to try and get it out like within an hour. There ain't no way that's happening now. I mean, I've come to the realization that it's Takes longer than that. So that will be up. You know, if you want to check it out, check it out. I'll try and put as much into it as I can. But it might be a good few hours till it hits the channel. So yeah, just a big thank you for everyone joining us. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow for NXT. Have a great evening wherever you are. And my American friends, happy 4th of July. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.